So it's discipline, very important. You need to be disciplined. You need to look the part. So HR Day, so it's going to be preparation. We're going to prepare for interviews. We've done this early this week, but we're also going to understand career pathways. We're going to learn about where to find opportunities, how to find opportunities, hidden job markets and referrals. And then later on, we're going to have interview simulation. We're going to have interviews, and we knew about this, right? We knew about what's this interview, that we're going to have interviews today. I did not communicate this with you yesterday. I did it on purpose because you have your programs. I thought everyone is going to come here prepared and ready for the day. But some of you disappointed me, obviously. All right, let's move. So I'm going to introduce a lovely lady. Her name is Tlhogi Mashile, and she's a talent acquisition specialist. She's going to take us through the interviews, how to prepare for interviews, where to find, how to find jobs, opportunities, and she's a very, very, very experienced in this field. So please welcome Ms. Tlhogi.
Good morning, everybody. Sure, I'm nervous and excited to be here. I do this for a living, but then this is a different audience, rather, if I can put it like that. I speak for a living, right? Before I start with my introduction, I would just like Kamu, is it Kamu? Kabelo, to just play me my, I don't know if it's a favorite song, but it's the song that speaks to where I am today and the opportunity that I got today to be speaking to you guys, right?
Started from the bottom, now we're here.
Oh.
Started from the bottom, now my whole team fucking here. Started from the bottom, now.
Speaks to where I've come from, and having this opportunity for me, it's a goal that I've achieved. I've started from the bottom and I'm here today speaking to graduate. You know, it's something that I've always wanted for a very long time, because when you're a person, you set goals for yourself, long-term and short-term goals, right? So by way of introduction, as Lindy has said, I'm Lehlohonolo, Precious Mashile, known as Tlhogi, but on LinkedIn, you can find me as Lehlohonolo Mashile. I would say I'm young, but I'm sure I'm older than some of you guys, yeah? So before I even start with my presentation or anything, I just wanna tell you guys a story as to where I come from, where I've started and where I am today. I think, or maybe some of you will relate to my story, I don't know, right? Okay, so I come from a small town in Nelspruit. I hold a bachelor's degree in business management. I majored in HR. While I was studying, I didn't even understand as to what is it that I want to do, right? Because after high school, you're just excited, okay, I'm going to varsity. I remember I wanted to come study in Joburg, but then I'm like, okay, my parents were against that. They wanted me to go to Limpopo, the University of Venda. I'm like, why? They're like, you will learn there, you will study, you will focus, you'll finish your degree in time, right? Okay, I was like, okay, fine. I didn't get accepted through university because, I don't know, applications sometimes take time. But I eventually registered through a college, that's where I did my bachelor's degree. So after I went through it for 3 years, I studied. I first got a diploma and then I got a bachelor's degree. Guys, after varsity, that's when the real life starts, right? That's where you ask yourself as to who am I? What can I do? What is it that I'm gonna be doing, right? Because varsity, you're excited. You guys are excited, you're sharing ideas, but after high school, after varsity, that's where the real world begins, right? And if you don't know who you are, you don't know what is it that you can do or what you can offer this world, you'll find yourself just being at home and not knowing where to start, okay? So I stayed in Nelspruit. I remember, sure, in my time after varsity, we didn't have, well, there was LinkedIn, but we were not, I think we were not informed like what the world is today in my era. I remember having to apply for vacancies going through a newspaper. Who in this room remember those times? By raise of hands, who in this room remembers those times? Lindy, you exposing your age. Nicholas, did you go through that time of applying for jobs through, like, there were newspapers and magazines where they would have a page where in bold it's written vacancies with email addresses and all of that. Did you go through that? Yeah, you exposing your age as well. So I went through that. So I made it a point to say every week when my dad buys a newspaper, I get a hold of that newspaper and just go through that page. Look for jobs. I didn't even know how to format a CV, but from varsity, I know how to use a Word document. I know how to use Excel through assignments and all of that. So I remember formatting my CV and it was written, curriculum vitae of Lekgogonolo. And I had a picture of a cabbage or a picture of, you know, the office work where two people are sitting together, and I posted it as a as a front page, and I was just like, wow, guys, this CV is gonna get me a job, right? But today you guys are more, like there's AI that can help you guys do a CV. But nonetheless, I didn't let that discourage me. At the time it worked, right? So I'd apply weekly, and just I kept in contact with my ex-students, or rather people that I went to school with, right? I remember this one time in that newspaper. So I even tried to get into the government sector. So with the government sector, when you apply, there was a form that you had to fill it in. It's called the Z83. Who knows the Z83 in here? By raise of hands. Okay, wow. So your application needed to have that Z83. And I remember the time they didn't have email addresses. They had a fax number. If you didn't have a fax, you're like, where am I going to submit my CV? Luckily at home we had one, but also there were times where they would tell us to go and submit in a box, like go to the place and submit. And I would go to those places, line up, because I'm looking for a job, I'm hungry, I've got a degree. I'm like, okay, I need to start working. It's frustrating to just stay at home, right? Then I remember this one time, that newspaper, it was called the Lowfelder. I used to, every week, guys, like every Thursday, I would get to that page where I'm like, okay, you know, I would even call. I remember when our landline bill, the Telkom landline came, my parents were like, they were highlighting all the numbers. They just say, you know, I'm like, guys, I'm looking for a job. Obviously, I'm going to use you guys' landline, right? Okay, fine. Sure, my story is long, guys, but I'm going to try. You know, but we have the time in the world. I mean, I'm going to speak from 8 o'clock until 10:10. Okay. So I got this newspaper this one day, and then I saw there was a hospital that was opening, a private hospital. And then on there, they wrote that they were looking for admin people, right? I studied business. I've got a bachelor's degree in business. I'm thinking, okay, admin, I'm going to, you know, it's for me. It's my job. Okay. I applied, I sent the application in, and they said that you need to come to the hospital at the gate by the security guard to leave your CV. I told my mom, like, please take me there. She's like, hey, you always, you know. We went there, I submitted. By luck, I got the interview. I don't remember exactly on the day as to how they were interviewing me, right? But I remember before preparing for that interview, I went on Google. Thank God Google was there at the time, right? I went on Google just to Google to say, what do I need to do to prepare for an interview? I saw that you must be dressed properly. You must, I went there, also searched for questions that might come up in an interview. And I saw the first question there was like, just tell us about yourself. Questions like, what are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? So I practiced, went through those questions on Google, went to the interview, and then, like I'm saying, I don't remember exactly how they interviewed me, but I ended up getting the job. When I get there, the job was a reception role, right? I'm thinking, oh no, reception, me? I've got a bachelor's degree. I don't want to be a receptionist. I wanna be up there. I wanna be a manager. Because I mean, after varsity, you don't even think about you having to start from the bottom. Hence, I played that song. In life, you have to start from the bottom and then work your way up, as in you climbing a ladder, right? So I got to the job and they said it's a reception position, where it's a reception where you know those people, I don't know what they are called now, but when you get admitted in a hospital, those people that capture your information, the people that, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? And then I remember them telling me to say, listen, ma'am, you're going to be working night shift. I'm like, what? Night shift? Kanjani? Like, I'm a graduate. You guys, like, night shift, it's not going to work for me, And I was like, oh my gosh, okay, I went back home. I told my parents, I'm like, guys, now I'm leaving that job because it doesn't speak to me. You guys said I must go study, I must finish my degree, I'm going to get into HR, I'm going to get into marketing, because my degree had marketing, had HR, had business management, it has finance. I'm like, I'm looking for a job in marketing, I'm looking for a job in HR. Now you're telling me I'm going to be a receptionist for a hospital and I need to come night shift. I'm not doing that. I remember my dad saying that if you're not gonna stay the course, I'm gonna take you back to Bushbuck Ridge. That's where I was raised, and then I moved to Nelspruit to my parents. And I was like, hell no, I'm not going back to that village. I'm not saying the village was horrible, but as a person, you set goals for yourself, right? You know where you're going. So when he told me that, I said, no. Tlochi, you need to stay your course, right? Okay, I stayed at the job 4 months in, and I'm like, I need to have a plan. I need to leave this place because it's not fulfilling. It's not giving me what I want, right? Like I said, I stayed in touch with the people that I went to school with, like what you guys are having here. This is an opportunity of you guys networking, interacting with each other, right? So I remember I had a friend, she was already working at the time. She was working for Spa Distribution. Spa is a big brand, it's a big company. She was already in there working, I think she had an internship or something, but she was in the admin space. I remember having a conversation with her and saying, friend, please, if you hear or know anyone that's looking for an admin person, I'm your girl, right? 6 months into this job, guys, I'm doing night shift. I'm going in there. I didn't have a car. My parents would drop me. And they had this uniform that it didn't look cool. Because I'm like, this is not for me. Okay, fine. After the 6 months which I stayed there, I get a call from that friend to say, listen, my sister's friend's friend is looking for an admin person, okay? I was like, okay, great, can I send my CV? Remember, my CV is not formatted how you guys format CVs now, but I'm like, this CV is gonna get me a job. Okay, fine, I applied, they sent through my CV, and then I think the 7th month of me working at that hospital, I got a call from this man. He introduced himself. He said, I got your CV from whoever I write. That's a referral, by the way. If someone say they send your CV on your behalf, it's a referral. And how referrals work is good people know good people. If I'm here, I'm going to interact with one of you guys, whatever. There's a guy that I spoke to, he's in logistics. I already am thinking of how to help you get into, because I'm meeting you like this, I'm going to refer you to someone, right? So they referred me. And then this guy called me for an interview. I remember him saying, we should meet at Mag and Bean. I told my parents, I'm like, Mag and Bean? That's not a good company. Na ke batla office, ke batla, ke batla corporate. Mag and Bean, what am I doing at Mag and Bean? And then my parents are like, no, it's fine. It's an open space. Nothing's going to happen to you. Just go and hear what he has to say. You're looking for a job and you've been complaining about the other place. Okay, I went to Mag and Bean. I got there early. I believe in getting anywhere early. I'm from Harties, Northwest. I got to Joburg at 7:30. So I believe in getting early. When you get early to a place, you calm your nerves, you relax. I even got to interact with some of you guys, right? Okay, I got to Mag and Bean, I sat there, and then this guy came. He called me to see where I was sitting. I was already sitting down. And then as he walked towards me, I stood up, because that's good manners. You need to stand up, handshake, looked him in the eye, right? Okay, I remember sitting there, and then remember, now I'm in this interview. All I know is that It's an administration job. I don't know the company name. I don't know anything. I'm just there saying I'm looking for a job, right? Okay, we did the interview. I also don't really remember exactly what was going on, but he just said to me, introduce yourself, tell me what you studied and what is it that you can offer my company. And I told him to say, I've been working for that hospital for 7 months now, and I'm looking for an opportunity. I believe that I can be an asset to your company. I'm fairly new from varsity. The only work experience that I have is that 6 months, 7 months into that reception job. But while I was at that reception job, what I learned is communication skills. I learned also typing skills because you capture a lot of information. I had like piles of files of capturing every day. So that job taught me that. So I explained to him as to, this is what I can bring to your company. Okay, fine, I got in the job. Fast forward, I remember getting in there and there was a lady by the name of Velma. She gave me an intensive training. So there I was hired as a telesales slack. A telesales slack that will be communicating to different stores, talking to merchandisers. So it was a dairy company at the time. So I would communicate to merchandisers, taking orders over the phone, punching orders through the phone, creating invoices, and just making sure that all the trucks that are leaving in the morning have the correct orders for the correct store and all of that, right? Also, while I was there, what I learned is communication skills and how to use the phone, how to be professional on the phone. So I stayed the course there. I stayed for a year. While I'm there, guys, my dream, I think I did mention, my goal was to come to Joburg and study in Joburg. I didn't get the chance to come study, but I didn't let that thing go. It was in the back of my head to say, one day I'm gonna be in Joburg, right? Okay, after the year, I spoke to the manager that hired me. I believe in talking. Ngiyakhuluma, guys, like ngiyazikhulumela. And in life, I feel like you need to talk to get to where you wanna go, right? I sat him down. I said, Mr. Marlins, I remember him. I wanna go to Joburg. You guys have a branch in Joburg. I wanna go there. Is there no position that you guys can create or something? But I really want to go to Joburg. I've learned, I've done everything that you wanted me to do here. My dream is to go to Joburg. And he say, okay, give me a few months or whatever. Let me see what I can do, right? Okay. I'm there. And I didn't stop going through my newspapers because I'm looking for a better job. Like, you're always looking for something better in life. I don't know if you guys also feel the same way, right? Okay, fine. He came back to me, I think, after a month. And then he said, you can go to Joburg. There's an interview that you'll attend with the branch manager in Joburg. Remember, the company was in Germiston. Mind you, I've been to Joburg like only when you visit with your parents, right? I'm young, I don't know Joburg, I don't know anything. So on the day when they said I must go for the interview, I remember my dad drove with me. On the way there, he said to me, are you ready for the big world? I'm like, what big world? I've been ready. You guys have been locking me in this house. I want to leave you guys. I want to go and be an adult. I want to go and just, be my own person. Okay, fine. I went to the company, the branch that's in Joburg. I did the interview. There as well, I was more prepared because I feel the more you go to interviews, the more you get your confidence, the more you learn about yourself, the more you polish on where you feel like you went wrong from the previous interview, right? I also tell my candidates every day to say, when I call them, some people will be like, yeah, but you guys are just interviewing and you're not giving us jobs. I always tell them to say, guys, an interview, you might not get the job, but you learn something from the interview, right? Okay, I went there, I did the interview, I got the job eventually, and then I moved to Joburg. They asked me when I can start, and I said, can you guys just give me a month to do the logistics from moving from Nelspruit to Johannesburg, okay? Okay, got to Joburg. Guys, I told you my story is long. I hope I'm not boring you. Are you not? Okay, you're not getting bored, okay. Got to Joburg, I'm like, yes, girl, we are here, manana, Okay, I got a place, I stayed there, and then I remember the first day when I had an uncle that stayed in Tembisa. So at the time, I didn't know how to use the GPS, and we didn't have GPS on the phone. But my old boss, the boss that sent me to Joburg, he gave me that TomTom, I don't know, do you guys remember that thing? We used to put it on the windscreen. I don't know if you guys remember that. You remember it? Okay, so you would punch in the address there before you go to anywhere, and then it's like GPS, but it was an actual device, right? Lindy's she's shaking her head, meaning that she remembers it. So he gifted me that thing. I don't know how to use it. This lady was talking. I even gave the lady of the GPS a name. I said, Josephina. Josephina would just tell me to turn right, turn left. I don't know how to use that thing. But I remember telling my uncle to say, listen, I'm in Joburg. I got a job. Can you please take me to this address? And then he came, I think it was on a Sunday, and I was starting on a Monday, right? He took me to this place. I crammed. But Joburg, about cramming, you'll get lost. Hey, guys, I remember cramming because it's like, when you get to, you turn left, whatever. Like, okay, Aram Chana, you've got it, Gary, yes. Come Monday, baby girl is there. Hey, guys. Oh my gosh, wow. I got into my car. I'm driving to this place. It was in Germiston, right? I remember passing that off-ramp where I needed to go in. And all I saw was a signs written Johannesburg. And I'm there. I stopped, I put in the hazard. I'm like, God, I'm lost. And if you get Joburg, I've heard stories about Joburg. Never been here, but I've heard stories. And guess what I did? I made a U-turn. Cars are going down. Now I'm making a U-turn. I'm going back because I'm remembering what I missed an off-ramp. Guys, they were hooting. My number plate was in Mpumalanga. Yeah, Mampara province, get out of the way. Remember, it's my first day at work. I'm late. I'm nervous. I even felt like I wanted to pee on myself because I'm like, oh my gosh, this is a bad impression. In that interview, I said, I'll be here. I'm ready for this. Luckily, there were traffic cops or metro police. I don't remember. I come from a small town, but I'm seeing like those lights. They stopped me. They're like, and then Mampara province, Wiragalang. I'm like, luckily, I know how to speak a lot of languages. In Nelspruit, we speak Swati. I know how to speak Swati. I know how to speak Sepedi, Spulana. I know how to speak Tonga. I know how to speak Afrikaans, English, you know. But so when they got here, they thought, this one is from Nelspruit. They speak Siswati. But I can speak Sesotho. I can speak Sepedi, you know. And then Wiragalang, Mampara province, what's going on? I'm like, guys, I'm late for my first day at work. All right. They're like, where is it? I show them the address. They're like, okay, follow us. I follow those guys to the workplace. Got there, apologized, and yeah, worked for that company for a year. After a year, I got retrenched. The company was not doing well, right? Remember, I'm in sales now. I'm a telesales clerk, telesales administrator. But what I learned there is that in Joburg, we had more stores. And I remember I used to go to the stores with the sales reps, where I would meet my merchandisers, the people that I was communicating with. There I was learning just people skills, you know, getting interaction with the people and just understanding the stores and everything. There are challenges in the stores. I remember there was a time they took us in the back, the back side of where they store everything. There were crates of milk, and that milk was rotten, it was smelling and everything. So the merchandisers were telling us about the challenges, whatever. So that's what I learned, the people management, communication skills as well, and just getting exposure of seeing Joburg, right? I got to travel and seeing different areas of Joburg. I'm new, you Germiston, you Davidton in the east. Okay, after a year, I got retrenched. Now I'm back in the job market. I'm in Joburg. I've got a dream, and I'm like, okay, so what do I do? No job. There's rent that I need to pay. I left my parents back home. I'm like, okay, you know? All right, fine. I go back home. I tell them, listen, guys, this is the situation. I lost my job. I got retrenched. What I'm going to ask you to do, thank God I had a very supportive structure. And a lot of young people don't have that these days because parents sometimes don't understand your dreams. Parents sometimes don't understand what is it that you study. And to get through them, it's difficult sometimes, right? How many of you guys here know what I'm talking about, right? Like, even if you tell them, I want to go study art, some parents won't even support you because they want you to be a lawyer. But you don't want to be a lawyer. You want to do what you know you're good at, right? So I went back home and I told them, guys, can you guys pay my rent for 6 months? Give me 6 months. I promise I'll get myself a job, right? And then my mom doesn't really believe in me so much. I'm the only girl at home. I've got 2 brothers. My dad, I'm a daddy's girl. He was just like, that's my girl. Are you sure you're going to get the job? I'm like, daddy, yes. Okay. They paid my rent for that 6 months. So it's 6 months now, I'm back in Nelspruit. I'm like, let me go to Joburg. When I'm in Joburg, I had a friend that stayed in Durban at the time. He was in the IT space. He says to me, listen, you're looking for a job. There's a thing called LinkedIn. I'm like, what is that? Remember, now I'm used to newspapers. I'm used to opening newspapers and looking for vacancies. He's like, create a profile on this app, LinkedIn. Just type the whatever LinkedIn and then just create an app, a profile, put in a picture, start following companies that you know that. I remember I started following Clover because I was in a dairy company. I'm like, yes, if I see myself in Clover, I'll be the girl. I would have made it, you know? I started applying other logistic companies, manufacturing companies, and just familiarizing myself in that space and then I remember after opening that LinkedIn, he says to me, your page is not catchy. How are they gonna find you? What is this? Okay, fine, he taught me how to do it. He did it for me actually but I did it first by myself, right? And then he checked it and then he fixed a few things. And then I remember I just started applying there on LinkedIn. I'm there on LinkedIn, I'm applying, searching. You know, on LinkedIn, when you search there, I would just search telesales Slack and jobs would just appear. And then I would just go through the websites and then I started applying. So I remember this one time, I'm a Christian. I believe in prayer, I believe in God, right? Remember, I'm still in Joburg, I'm still looking. And I'm still in contact with my people that I went to school with. Some are doing better. There's some that came to Joburg, have internships. They have graduate programs. I don't have those things. I don't know what an internship is. Because remember, I just got into a workplace. I was not even workplace ready. I just walked in, right? So I was like, okay, maybe I should stop applying and just try to get an internship or whatever. But I'm like, where do I get those things, right? Okay, fine. I remember this one time I got invited to a home cell, like a church home cell. Yeah? And then at that home cell, when I got there, the first thing that they did was to say, introduce yourselves and then tell us what is it that you do. And then I remember telling them, guys, when you're looking for a job, don't be shy. Ne? Speak your story, speak your truth. And if you see that there's people in the room that are going to help you, speak, right? So I remember there was the youth pastor there that he was hosting the home cell. I remember when I introduced myself, I said, yes, I'm a little honolo, what, I just lost my job. And they said, no, we'll pray for you that you get a job. And they asked me, what is it that you're looking for? And I told them that I've got sales experience. I want to be in the sales space, right? Okay, and then I remember after the home cell, they did their prayers and whatever. And then after, I remember the youth pastor saying, can I have a conversation with you? Like I had a conversation with you right now about where I come from. I remember him saying, I work for a recruitment agency. Do you mind sharing your CV? I heard the way you explaining that you just lost your job, you don't know what to do, and you're stressed that you might go back home without even getting a job. I sent him my CV. He used to work for this big recruitment agency. I can't say it online now, but after offline, I'll tell it, because that recruitment agency can help you guys here, especially there's someone that you did accounting, right? So they specialize in recruiting newly qualified accountants, newly qualified lawyers, right? So I sent through my CV to that youth pastor. Okay, after sending the CV, also I didn't stop. Like applying, guys, is hard work. Applying is a job, right? You share the same sentiment? Yeah. So I didn't stop, but I was just applying, being consistent and all of that. And then I remember, I think a few months, 4 months down the line, it went with no call, no interview, nothing. And I'm checking the clock. I'm like, no, 6 months is coming to an end soon, 4 months in. And then I think the 5th month, I got a call from that youth pastor. He said, listen, I think I got an interview for you from that agency that I'm working for. They're looking for like a team support / recruitment administrator, right? He tried to explain the job description and he sent it to me. So the job description said that I'm gonna be supporting 12 or 10, if I remember carefully, 10 recruiters in that space, right? And mind you, I studied business administration. It had HR as well, okay? I was like, okay, great. I guess now I'm leaving the sales space. I'm getting into human resource, okay? All right, fine. I remember I had to drive back from Nelspruit to Joburg. The company address, it was Sandton. Guys, on the day of the interview, I come to Sandton. It's my first time in Sandton. Remember, I've been working for a dairy company. They're more logistic, they're more manufacturing. They're in Germiston. Germiston is not like fancy like Sandton. Okay, I remember coming there, like coming here and say, oh yeah, wait, we are in Sandton, right? Sorry, I come from the Bundus. Pardon? Yeah. So I'm just like, oh my gosh, Stanton. And the company is somewhere here in these big buildings, right? I'm in the car, I'm early. Guys, I believe in being early. Like, ngicela nibe early, kukgopela being early, anywhere that you're going to be going, whether it's your wedding, whether it's your birthday, whatever, get there early. It just says a lot about a person, right? Okay, I get to Stanton. I'm like, baby girl, we are here. The dream, corporate. We are here, you know. But before getting to Stanton, I prepared myself because now I have the job description. I've got the company name. I went through the company website, researched. So what they did, they are international. They've got offices everywhere, UK, US, Australia, everywhere, you know it. It's a big recruitment agency. I searched all of that. I Googled, I did my research, even on the job description. I understood what the job description was about. And yeah, I was prepared. I was ready. I mean, this is not my first interview, but it's my first interview in a corporate world, right? I remember then sitting in the car, I'm early, and I'm like, I'm seeing in my head, I'm like, these are going to be my colleagues. Because I speak to myself, guys. Meeting, board meeting. Like, do you understand? Like, I would sit to myself and speak to myself. I always say I call a board meeting for myself to say, baby girl, what are we doing next? Like, you know, like I said when I started my speech, I have short-term and long-term goals, right? And when I set these goals, I make sure that they are realistic and they are achievable. Because you can't just say you want to be an accountant and you're not putting in the work, right? So you need to set goals that are realistic. So when I'm sitting in the car, I'm like, yo, the colleagues, come on, yes. You know, I'll be joining you guys. What do you guys to say now? Clock it, ne? I'm like, girl, clock it. We're going to be here. Okay, fine. I think the interview was at 8 o'clock. When I Googled, they said you need to be in an interview 15 minutes or 20 minutes early. I walk into the reception. Guys, when I got there, the company is giving. Yes, it's giving. The reception, when you walk in, it's like you're walking in law firm or something. You know when lawyers are wearing suits, like how Lindy's dressed. I told her when I walk in, I'm like, ma'am, you look gorgeous. And I'm there always. And I'm walking there, I'm like, wow, this is it. I am here. That small girl from Nelspruit is here. Okay, I walked into the reception lady and she welcomed me. I told her, listen, I'm here for the team support / recruitment administrator interview, right? They asked me, would you like water, tea? I'm like, where I come from? They took me to Magen Bean, guys. So yeah, I'm at the right place. This is where this is where I belong. Okay, I remember they took me into a small room. And then they brought me, I think I said I want tea. I don't drink coffee. Coffee gives me heart palpitations, right? Yes. Who can relate? Who doesn't? You don't? Oh, okay, right. I hate coffee, guys. I drink tea. I love my rooibos tea. Okay, so they walked me into this room and they told me the people that will be interviewing you, they will join you shortly, right? I am nervous. I'm like, what? What's going to happen? But before anything, I pray, guys. Now I'm a Christian, like I said. I believe in prayer. I'm not going to preach now, but I believe in prayer. I believe in, just to offer him, now where I am, it's a new job. So I'm doing payroll, right? The first time I submitted my payroll, I remember telling my manager, I'm going to pray for this payroll. He's like, no, I'm going to pray because like I'm saying, I pray for everything. I pray for little things. I remember sitting there, I prayed. I said, God, you brought me here for a reason. I come from a small town. You know my dream. Because I get it when you pray, you speak to God about the things that you want in life, right? And I believe that prayer is talking, guys. Talking positive about your life over yourself. That is praying for me as well, for those that don't believe. But talking positivity upon your life, it's amazing, right? And then the two panel members came in. I remember this white lady. She was wearing a blue suit. I looked at her. I'm like, one day I'm going to be like this girl. One day, I'm going to stand in front of people and I'm going to share my story as well. And here I am today. I'm sharing my story. Thank you. I'm not wearing the blue suit, but I tried. Yeah, pink is my favorite color. That's why I'm wearing pink. Someone, she said, I can tell your favorite color is pink because my flask is pink, my nails, you know. Oh yes, my hairband as well. So yeah, I'm almost done with my story. Ne? I hope you guys are catching something. You are? Okay. All right, great. So they walk in. I'm like, yo, girl. She's white, but I used to say, our bonang here. She looked amazing, guys. She looked like corporate, right? Okay, I remember them sitting and then they introduced themselves. One of them they were all like the managers. So they got in, they introduced themselves, and then they started telling me about the position, right? And then they told me that in this position, and also I already did my homework, right? I'm excited because whatever they telling me is what I read on the job description. So I remember them telling me that I'm going to be supporting 12 recruiters, right? So what I'll be doing basically is formatting CVs. I'm very good with formatting CVs. So after the session, if anyone, but I know you guys have AI, but I look at CVs for a living. So I can try to advise you guys on, because sometimes AI can put a lot of information that we as HR or recruiters, we don't look at, right? So when I'm there, they're telling me to say, okay, you're going to be supporting this consultant. They called it team support, the position, right? / recruitment coordinator, administrator. So I would format CVs. I would make sure that I update candidates' profile on they had the system that they use then to, like, let's say I'm interviewing you, right? Or I know that we're going to submit your CV to a client. Because then agencies work for clients. We submit CVs for clients, right? So I would make sure that your CV is properly formatted in their logo. It's like I would also even call you to prep you in a way, right? So when they were explaining the role, I'm like, hey, meaning now I'm getting into HR. This is no longer sales. Remember, I've been looking for a sales job because that's what I've been exposed to, from the telesales clerk to sales administrator in Joburg, right? And I'm like, okay, this is interesting. This is still within what I've studied, right? Because this business degree, it has like 4 subjects. I told you guys, I get to remember what I said, right? Okay, I remember in that interview, they said, okay, then introduce yourself. Who are you? Why should we hire you? I mean, we're going to interview a lot of people, and you are one of them. Why you, right? Yo, hey, girl. Even so, I know English runs away, guys, when you're nervous, right? But that prayer helped. It really, like I'm saying, I believe in praying for everything and anything. So I remember presenting myself and saying, okay, like how I introduced you guys to say, I introduced myself to you guys to saying that I'm from a small town. I've studied business administration, you know, and I remember they used to ask, what are your hobbies? And I said, sleeping. They looked at each other. They looked at each other and I'm just like, did I say anything wrong? They're like, ma'am, sleeping, hobbies. Do you understand what hobbies are? And I'm like, okay, running. They're like, oh, you like running? Because I just wanted to answer. You know, when you're nervous, you just want the question to move because you're like, oh my gosh, did I say something wrong? Sleeping. But it's a hobby. Like, it's a hobby. Am I right? It is a hobby, right? But at the time, I felt like it didn't make sense. Because when you go for an interview, when you answer your questions, you need to answer according to what you read on the job description, according to what is it that they're looking for. You can't just say, my hobbies are sleeping. Hell no, you can't say that. It's gonna throw you off. Okay, fine. Went through that interview and yeah, it was tough, but I went through it and I left the company. But while I'm there, guys, right? Like I said, I have a thing of talking to myself. Already, I'm picturing myself here. I'm picturing myself walking like my colleagues, like, hey, guys, let I belong here. Already, I'm picturing me buying a new car, me getting an apartment in Sandton, because, you know, that's how you dream. That's how you see yourself in spaces, right? Okay, and then I left the place. I didn't go home because remember now I'm in between Nelspruit and Johannesburg. And it's 4 months in and I haven't found anything. But this is promising. I called back home and I told them, guys, I had a job interview. And in my head, I'm like, this is a job. It's mine, right? Okay, I stayed in Joburg. I think they only returned my call after 3 weeks. Guys, the waiting is not nice. Who can relate? Right? The waiting is terrible because you start questioning yourself to say, did I do well? What happened? Am I even going to be shortlisted, right? Okay, by God's grace, again, I'm a Jesus girly, clock it. By God's grace, I got called back for a second round interview, right? When I go to the, guys, I've been talking a lot. Is there any questions? Should I keep telling the story? But if there's any questions, please just raise your hand, ne? Okay? I hope you can relate and I'm not boring you guys. I get, no, okay. Get a call after 3 weeks to say, please come in for a second round interview. Went to the place again. I'm excited. I'm like, guys, not even guys, God, this is where I belong. This is the dream. This is where I wanted to be, right? Get in there, get to the reception, and I'm dressed up. I've got the memo now. In corporate, you dress up, you look good, right? Walk in the reception, she's like, okay, just wait here, someone else will come. A different person comes. When she comes in there, she introduces herself, and she tells me, we're gonna do a speed test with you. I'm like, speed test? She's like, yes, we're gonna time how many words you can type. I don't remember, it was 10 minutes or 5 minutes, but they were just trying to see how fast, because remember in that job, I'm going to be formatting CVs, not one CV, a lot of CVs. I'll be supporting 12, 10 recruiters, so they need to see my typing skills, right? And I told them in the interview, I've got typing skills. I could ask, what are your skills? Typing skills, communication skills, all of these things, right? Okay, fine. She says, okay, there's a laptop here and there's a timer. Remember, I think there was a timer machine or something that it stopped you or it made a sound. I don't remember, guys. I was in my 20s. Like I was, yeah, no. You know, time is I'm not old. I'm not old. But yeah. Okay, I remember doing the first trial, right? And I failed it. Did it the second time. Oh, in first trial, okay, I failed it. She's like, okay, relax. Take your time. You've got this. You're from varsity. You know this, right? It's just typing. So they would give you like a paragraph where they're saying, type out this, whatever, you know. I did the first attempt, I failed. Second attempt, I failed. Now I'm frustrated. I feel like crying. I'm a crybaby. I feel like crying. I'm frustrated. I'm looking for a job. I just want to be employed. Like the frustrations are getting into me, right? Okay, the last attempt, she tells me, she's like, you only have 3 attempts. That if you fail this third one, you're out. I'm shaking. My heart, and I'm just like, oh God, please, you know. I did it. I failed with 1 mark. This lady, she's looking at me and she's like, Shem Skepsel. Not like that, but because she was white. She didn't say Shem Skepsel, but she probably looked at me and be like, oh, poor girl, you know. And then she's like, listen, I see how hungry you are and how humble you are, the way you walked in this room. Because there's something about when you walk into a room, right? You must show that you belong there. Like in my head, I was looking this place and I was picturing myself being in that place. So when I walked in there, I owned the space with nerves, being nervous. You know, you can, pardon? The mic. Oh, sorry, what's happening? Should I carry on? Okay, sorry. So I walked in there and I'm just like, so when, sorry, Terry distracted me there. Terry distracted me there. 30 minutes. 30 minutes left. What? Am I not? Hi, guys, you said I'm going to talk from until 10:15. Huh? Oh, 30 minutes to go. Oh, okay. Oh, wow. I was like, I still have a story to share. Anyway, okay, let me make it quick, right, guys? I got into this job. I got hired because of that lady, and she's still my friend now. We're still together. The advice that I'm going to say to you guys, if someone calls you if I call you, I don't know why I'm relating to you, because there's a position that's in my head, and I'm thinking of you. If I call you to say, come, keep in contact with me, because as a recruiter, I always have something, right? So I kept in contact with that lady. I remember when she left that company, she said to me, I'll come fetch you, because she saw potential in me. I worked for that recruitment agency for 4 years. And then after 4 years, I was done. I was like, you know what? I'm done dealing with clients. I'm done dealing with recruitment pressure of, it's more like sales as well, because you need to get candidates, you need to, you know. So I left that place and then I went into internal recruitment, which is now talent acquisition, which is now me having relationship with hiring managers as my stakeholders. Unlike in a recruitment agency, it's clients. Like NPI can be my client in terms of them bringing you guys through the workplace that I work in, right? So I after the agency, I then went into a mining company, which I worked there for 2 years as well. From there, guys, I feel like when they told me the time, I'm no longer relaxed because I just want to get to my presentation, okay? So I've worked since from the agency to the other. I've worked for 4 mining companies, and currently I work for a mining company in Northwest. You said you're from the Northwest. I'm a senior recruitment officer there. So what I do there is recruitment and HR onboarding. So I'm the first face anyone sees before they get into that company, right? So yeah, I love what I do. I love people. I love interacting with graduates. I love giving advice. I love sharing my 2 cents of experience. And like I said, I've been sharing my story, and I hope you guys have learned a lot, or a 2 or thing, not even a lot, a 2 or thing from my story, right? And also, I just wanted to say that last year at this time, I didn't have a job. But look at me now today. I have a job. I'm a senior. I've got people reporting into me. From being a girl from a small town to standing here and sharing my story with you guys. I hope I inspired you guys. And yeah, it's a long story, and I'm sure we'll interact after my presentation just to tell you guys how I went from one company to the other, because I've got more experience. Yes, I've worked for mining firms, but I also worked for FMCG. I did touch on legal as well, logistics and all of that, right? Before I touch on my presentation, there's a clip here that I want you guys to look at. It's this lady she's been applying for jobs and she's frustrated, and she's, you know, like, I feel most of you will relate with her, but just see how or what you can learn from here, and then I'll ask you questions and we'll just go through the video. Ne? But thank you very much.
Let's practice conversations for a job interview. I've applied for so many jobs, but I haven't heard back from anyone. Oh, I'm never going to find a job. Hello? Yes, this is Jane speaking. I would love to come for an interview. Tomorrow? Sounds great. I'll see you at 9 a.m. Thank you. Bye. I've got a job interview. Yes. Excuse me, please. Hello. I'm here for my job interview. Okay. What's your name? The name's Bond. Jane Bond. Great. Please make your way to room 7. Good morning. I'm Jane. Nice to meet you.
Good morning. My name is Mike. It's nice to meet you too. How are you today, Jane?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Great. So, I am the marketing manager here. As you know, there is a position open for assistant manager. Can you tell me a little about yourself, Jane?
Sure. Well, I recently graduated from Cambridge University. I studied very hard for my bachelor's degree in business and marketing. As a recent graduate, I'm very enthusiastic about working in the field of marketing. I enjoyed my time at university, but I am looking forward to getting some hands-on experience.
Very impressive. Now, can you tell me some of your strengths?
I have excellent communication skills. I enjoy meeting new people. I work well within a team, but I also enjoy working individually. I have good leadership skills and I am very organized.
Excellent.
My time management skills are great too. I'm never late and I always finish my work on time.
Good to know.
I am creative and I have excellent problem-solving abilities. I always have a positive attitude towards my work and I encourage others to have the same.
Oh, wonderful.
I think my greatest strength is how dedicated I am to my work. I am very goal-orientated.
Sounds great, Jane. How about your weaknesses?
Sometimes I find it hard to ask for help, so sharing my responsibilities is not my greatest strength. However, I do realize that difficult tasks sometimes require help from others. Therefore, I am working hard on being less critical of myself.
I completely understand, but it is great that you're working on it.
I understand that my lack of work experience in this field may also seem like a weakness, but I definitely make up for it with my enthusiasm and my ability to learn quickly.
Okay, I can see that you are very passionate. So, how do you deal with working under pressure, Jane?
I am confident that I work well under pressure. I even find that having a lot of work to do or a deadline to reach helps me stay motivated.
Great answer. Okay, can you tell me why you want to work at this company?
I greatly admire this company's goals. I also appreciate the great reputation this company has. I see this as a fantastic opportunity to contribute to such a wonderful company. As one of the leading companies in this field, it would be an honor to work here.
Wow, another fantastic answer. Alright, now let me ask you a few quick questions. You don't mind working long hours, do you?
No, I have no other commitments and my career is my priority.
If you were successful, when would you be able to start?
I would love to start as soon as possible.
Okay, so Jane, do you have any questions about this position?
What qualities are you looking for in a candidate?
Well, to be successful here, you need to be able to work under pressure. We are a fast-paced company, so it is essential that you are able to learn and work quickly. Any other questions?
Yes. What do you like best about working here?
Excellent question. Well, at this company there is a friendly work atmosphere. Also, there are many opportunities to advance in your career. Personally, I love working here.
Oh, how wonderful.
Yes, I think so. Okay, Jane, I don't usually do this at the time of the interview. But as you did so well today, I would like to formally offer you the position of Assistant Marketing Manager.
I would like to formally accept that offer.
Welcome to the team, Jane. I look forward to working with you.
Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Thank you so much. Woohoo!
Huh?
I've got a job. I've got a job. Thanks, bye.
Excuse me, your briefcase. Interesting interview.
Don't forget to like and subscribe for more videos. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
I come back. Did you guys enjoy that? I'm not gonna pick on anyone, but then I'm just gonna ask the question: what did you guys learn from this video? By raise of hand before I pick on anyone. Guys, let's interact. What did you guys learn from the video?
To always have faith and never give up. Hello, once again, what I learned from the video is to always have faith and never give up. Just keep applying and putting pressure.
Okay, great. That's good.
To celebrate small wins, like getting an interview.
Yes, like it. There's a question there.
So what I've witnessed is by the time she got into the place, she had the right attitude and the right energy compared to the others who were there.
Okay, yes. There's a question there.
In the beginning of the interview, the interviewer was had a certain facial expression, which was a straight face throughout, and there's a certain question that the interviewee answered, and his facial expression changed. So the power of the way you respond to certain questions and how you
Correct.
hold yourself
Yes.
can influence your interviewer on the other seat.
Yes.
So it's
yes.
not always because they keep a straight face or it's an act, but sometimes it just needs you and your responses to activate it to a different one.
That's correct. I like what you guys have learned. There's still one more this side.
I've learned to compose yourself throughout the interview, even after being offered the job.
Yes, that's a good one because you saw how she even forgot her a briefcase of excitement, and it's that breakthrough that she's been waiting for. But yeah, you're right. You always need to be composed, and excitement shouldn't get over you. But yeah, all right. Anyone else before I start with my presentation? What did you guys learn? Anyone? Okay, there.
I learned that you could also ask questions back.
Yes.
In terms of like how they find the organization as well.
That's correct. All right. Thank you. Oh, okay. One last person.
Okay, I learned that it's possible to be hired on the spot. What are the odds? Because we go through 3-4 rounds of interviews. So what are the tips? Please, we need more of that. Eh?
Okay. All right. No, thank you for that. I like that. I'll share some of the tips as I go through my presentation. But before I start with my presentation, I just want one volunteer, because I already told you guys my story as to where I come from and what I studied. I just want one person to stand up and tell us who they are, what they studied, and what made them study what they studied, and then I'll jump into my presentation. By way of hands, any volunteers? Okay, please.
Should I stand?
Yes, please.
Hi guys, Omar here again. I am an environmental management and spatial planning graduate with a background in software. So why I studied what I studied is because I grew up on a farm, and at one point in time I wanted to study agriculture. And after I finished high school, I came through to my grandparents and we had a family meeting about my career path. And I basically brought up 3 courses that I wanted to study, and being the traditionalists that they are, they basically shut all my choices down, which are agriculture, economics, IT, and environmental management. And they said, you're either going to study law or accounting, of which I didn't understand why, because I wasn't really even good at accounting. And they wanted me to study law because it was something that was already within the family. We had a couple of lawyers within the family. So when I rejected this offer, they did not like it, and there was a bit of tension for about 3-4 months. And at the time I was under the age of 18, so when I applied for uni, I needed to sign, my guardians needed to sign concession forms because I was moving from another country, and they needed to approve certain things like submit their bank statements and approve my visa, but they did not want to do that till I had to lie to them and say, okay, I'm going to study what you guys want to study. Sure. Then in January, when I went to the University of Free State to register, I went there and I was like, I'm not going to study what they want. I chose what I wanted to. Wow. And a couple of months after I registered, they got over it. And here I am today.
All right. Oh, wow. I like that. Let's like that. Love it. Okay. Wow. Okay. Thank you for sharing that with me. Okay. Before like I said, I just wanted to, because I feel like I'm the only one that's been talking, and thank you for giving me that insight. So today what I'm going to be talking you guys through is, I've done my introduction already, and yeah, the first thing that the 2 pointers that I'll be talking to you guys today about is self-awareness and career planning, right? And then the second one is job search strategies, right? Under self-awareness and career planning, I'll touch on strengths, skills, and interest, setting goals, personal development plan, and career paths in different industries, right? And then under the second topic, which is job search strategies, I'll touch on finding opportunities like graduate programs, internship, and then using recruitment agencies like I've been mentioning in my story, and just hidden job market and referrals, right? Okay. Before I can tell you guys or explain what my presentation is in the room, when, let's say I'm gonna be, well, not even, I will be interviewing you guys today, right? If I say to guys, what are your strengths? What come in mind? Who can answer that question? Like, what is your strength? Anyone in the room? I would like to, I'm gonna pick on you guys because you're looking at me like, I don't know. Okay, there.
My greatest strength, I don't even know how to phrase it in an interview context, but it's helping. I don't know how to, in Gen Z lingo, we say it's acts of service, but one of my greatest strengths is just making sure people around me are assets. So I don't know how to phrase it in an interview context.
So what I've learned that in interviews, what we look for, we don't want one word answer. You can't just say helping people. Like I said when I started my presentation, in an interview, you're gonna have to study the job description again. Know what is it that they're looking for. So when you answer a question that, what is your strength? It needs to be in line with what the job description was saying, right? If it's in marketing, right, or sales, you need to understand to say, okay, if I answer my question in terms of strength, it must be aligned with what marketing or what the job description was. And don't say one word answers. Interact. It's an interview. It's not an interrogation. It's just a matter of me as a recruiter trying to understand where we can fit you in the business, or what is it that you're bringing in the business in terms of you outlining your strength, your skills, your interest, right? So what I would say if I were you, as you saying your strength is helping, right? I'll say, let's say I'm getting the question to say, what are your strengths? And then I would say my first strength is helping people, helping others. Believing that I've applied this position, how I'll help others, I'll make sure that I'm a team player, I'll make sure that I help my team members, and I'll just be available to help or assist where I can. I think that's a right way to answer it, right? Okay, I think we've got a question.
I just want to interject for a second. Everybody enjoying the session? Yes. Okay, clap. Yeah. When we have a guest speaker, it's cool to stand up and announce your name. And so she can also build an individual relationship with you. So, hi, my name is Leandre. I'd like to ask. Hi, my name is Moses. My comment or my contribution is. Okay? Back to the show. Thank you.
Thank you. And like I said, guys, let's interact. When I say anyone wants to say something, please feel free. It's not an interview. It's just me sharing insights and my experience. Okay. All right. Identifying strengths, skills, and interest. From my understanding, as strength, it's something that you know that you're good at, right? You need to know as a person what is it that you are good at. And when you're applying for a job, also, like I said, understand the job description, and it must be in line with what you can do. Because also lying can catch on with you. You can't just say you want to help and then we hire you, and then your hiring managers are going to come to HR to say, you've hired that person, and you said in an interview, she said she can help others, but she's not even participating or helping others, right? Okay. And then skills. What can tell me what are skills? If I were to ask you what are your skills, what would you say? Can anyone answer the question? I'm going to pick on you guys. And like Nicholas said, please just mention your name, so I know who I'll be talking to.
Good morning. My name is Bianca. I would say a skill is something you acquire along the way. Like, for example, maybe for me, it's baking. Obviously, when I was younger, I did not know how to bake, but I just acquired that skill by learning how to bake, watching tutorials and things like that. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So skills, thank you for that. Skills, strength, and interest go together because they almost like the same thing, right? But there's a way of answering in an interview how to differentiate that. I would say my strengths are, I would believe that I'm a good communicator. So far, do you guys agree? So I'd say my strength is being a good communicator. I'd say my skill is being a good listener, and my interest will be I like hiking. That's an interest. And also in an interview, we have different questions for graduate and for senior level. So with you guys, I would set up questions that will be relatable to what you guys have studied or what you guys have applied for, right? Okay, and then I'm gonna touch on choose a career. The next topic is choosing a career that aligns with your interest and skills. That's very important. Like I said, when I was sharing my story, I studied business and, well, I think HR chose me. I didn't choose it. But it was in the back of my head to say because it was in my subject, right? And then I'm grateful enough to be doing what I studied, because a lot of times we study something and then you get into a workplace and you're not doing what you study, and it's frustrating. So it's always advisable to choose a career that's in align with your interest or what you studied, right? And then it's your development areas. I always say development areas, it's things that you know that is your weakness, things that you know that you need developing on. And then who in the who can tell me what their strengths are? Are you raise your hand? I'm gonna pick on you guys. The gentleman here wearing glass. What would you say your weaknesses are?
Hi, my name is Lindo Utle. My weakness is working with a team.
Oh, okay.
Communication. I think there's communication as well.
Okay, all right. So that's a weakness. That's a development area. So you need to know, when you say you have a weakness, you need to know what is it that you're going to do to develop yourself. He mentioned that he doesn't work well in a team. Am I correct? Right? So when you come in an interview, you can't say that, my brother. You can't say that. And if you do say it, have a backup plan to say, I'm going to develop myself into making sure that I learn how to work as a team, right? Okay. All right. You've got a question?
No, it's not a question. I just wanted to add on that. So I went to an interview and then they asked me what my weaknesses is. And I said time management. The interviewer was like, girl, you can't say that here. So yeah.
No, you can say it, but you have to back it up to say, listen, time management is my weakness, but if you guys hire me, I'll make sure that I learn and I work on my time management. You get me? You need to back yourself up, because if you say time management, obviously it's putting you off, right? Okay. I'm gonna move on to setting career goals. Like I said with my speech, I set a goal for myself to come to Joburg, to come explore in Joburg, because I believe there's a lot of companies, there's a lot of opportunities here compared to where I come from, right? So you need to decide what you want to do in the future. No way, like I said, after varsity, you need to know who you are, you need to know where you are going, right? And you need to work on yourself. That's very important. Second point is setting short-term and long-term goals. Right? Guys, I had a goal, right? You remember I said I wanted to come to Joburg. I wanted to work in corporate. That was the short-term goal at the time. Now that I'm older and wiser, I do have also long-term goals. Can I share with you guys what my long-term goal is? And I've written it down. I believe in writing things down as well. When you set those goals, write them down in a book so that years later you go back. Today, I'm going back in a sense of experiencing that. I'm even jamming to start it from the bottom. Now we're here. As in, I'm here today. I'm presenting. That's a goal that I had in mind, right? So it's very important to write down those short-term goals. And when you set goals, make sure that those goals are realistic and achievable. You can't say you want to be a good cook and you're not practicing how to cook, or you're just being lazy to cook, right? You can't say you want to do public speaking, but you don't look at yourself in the mirror. But when I was preparing for this, I was looking myself in the mirror as if I'm talking to you guys, and I was just like, yeah, you got this. So you need to set goals that are realistic and achievable, right? And then stay focused and motivated, guys. I know it's hard. It's the employment rate, unemployment rate in South Africa is scary. It's something that can scare you guys, but I'm standing here as a recruiter and saying these are still opportunities, but you need to make sure that you work on yourself and you're out there. And like I'm saying, times are different from where I come from. They were just using newspapers. Now we've got a lot of things that can assist you, like Access70. It's a platform that when I was growing up, I didn't have that. You guys have this. You have me speaking to you guys. So stay motivated, stay focused. Don't give up on applying. Applying also, it's hard work. It is a job, right? But you are doing that for yourself. I get it? Okay. Any questions? Anything? From anyone? Nothing. Are we still together? Okay. I'm going to move on to creating a personal development plan, right? Plan how you will improve your skills. By doing that, what I would advise you to do is to get on LinkedIn. So what I do, right, what I advise people, on LinkedIn, don't be shy. It's a platform that you use to get a job. If you want to follow me or DM me, you can DM me and say, Tlhogi, I heard you speaking there. I want you to be my mentor, or show me how it's done. How do I get into the workplace? There's a graduate now recently. He sent me a DM on LinkedIn. He's studying mechanical engineering. He's in his 4th year. This guy introduced himself on LinkedIn. And today I sent him a link of internships that he's going to be applying. And I'll take him through, like, I feel like now I'm going to be his guide, like guiding him throughout, because he's doing his final year. He doesn't know what to do. But if you're an engineering, you need to get into doing your practicals, because you can't just say, I'm going to apply without getting into the workplace and doing your practicals, right? And then attending workshops and training programs. Like I'm saying, Access70 is a platform that I'm sure you guys have been learning from when it started, right? Those things help. Don't just attend to this one, but make sure that you're out there. Make sure that you put yourself out there. Guys, finding a job, no one is going to come save you. You need to show that you're hungry. You need to show that you are capable of doing this, right? Because when you study something, you know what your plan is. You know where you are going, right? Don't just study something that you just like, I did it just because. Like he was saying that your parents were forcing you to study something that you didn't want. But when you got to university, you didn't listen to them because you have a goal. You have a dream that's within you, a goal that they wouldn't understand, but only you alone will understand it. And you know that one day you're going to achieve it, one day you're going to, and you did that. You went and studied what you want. So stay out there, go to trainings, go to programs, workshops like this. Please make sure that you're always available for such and try to find them on the platforms, right? Okay, and then we're going to move to gaining experience through volunteering and internship. I think I spoke to you. You told me that you're doing an intern, right? Yeah. So that's also important to get those things. Now, I didn't have an internship. An internship, it's something that will prepare you for the workplace, because the workplace, guys, can be tough. If you're not ready and be like strong, it can be tough. From being in a small town to coming into corporate, it was a big transition. But you guys now have the advantage of making sure that you volunteer, you do the internships, you know, those things will help you to prepare for a workplace environment. Okay, any questions? Nothing. Okay, we're still under self-awareness and career planning. The last point there is understanding career pathways in different industries, right? So my advice is that I know everyone here has studied different things, right? So how it helped me now, like I said, being in the space of recruitment in HR, I've never stayed out of a job for long. Last year I wasn't working. I only stayed 4 months without having a job. But after that, I got a fixed term job. So what I do, LinkedIn is my everyday. It's my Bible. LinkedIn. You see how you scroll on TikTok, you scroll on Instagram. Make LinkedIn your everyday thing. There's another platform as well called Peanut. Do you guys know Peanut? That also should be your Bible. Like, research those companies that you guys want to work for. Like, I know everyone that's sitting here, in your mind, there is a company that you want to work for, right? Right? Okay. So go to LinkedIn, follow those companies, DM these HR people, and just sell yourself. Knock. You know what the Bible says? Knock, and the door shall be open. I believe in that. Where I am today, where I got the job, I'm a senior recruitment officer, like I said. I applied, and then I went and followed the hiring HR person, the talent person. I went on LinkedIn and I just wrote a paragraph and telling him, listen, I've applied. I am looking for a job. Please, if you are the one that's responsible for this, please consider my application. And guess what? 3 months later, I'm at the company and that's where I'm working. So you need to be hungry. You need to be out there. Knock in those DMs. Don't just DM people on Instagram, guys. DM people also on LinkedIn. It works. Create a profile on PNet. Also follow those companies that you want to work for. I get. Another thing is learn about job description and qualification. So when you are applying, don't just say, I've got a degree, right? Like I said, when I went to the interview in Senton, I had the job description. I had to sit down and research about the company first to say, what is the company? What are they doing? What do they do? And then I studied the job description, because in an interview, we do ask you to say, why did you apply this position? What is your understanding of the role that you are here to interview for? And why should we hire you? You need to tell us. You need to sell yourself. So it's very important to understand job descriptions and before going into an interview, and understand the industry that you're going in. If you are in logistics, or if you are, I don't know what you guys have studied here, but I know it's different. You guys have studied different things, right? So you need to do your homework in terms of researching and studying the job descriptions, right? And then exploring opportunities in various industries, okay? It comes down to what I said as well. I was in sales, but I made sure that I left sales. Now I'm in HR. Ne? Again, go back to LinkedIn. Who's there? Who can tell me, like, how LinkedIn? Are you guys familiar with LinkedIn, right? You are. What do you do when you get into LinkedIn? What's the first thing that you guys do when you get into LinkedIn? You just scroll. You must change that now. Today, you guys are gonna follow me. And then you're gonna, I don't know, what did you study? You said environmental. Yes, you're gonna start following those companies that you know that offer that, or that will offer you that opportunity. Start following them. And then you go into and see who's the HR, because LinkedIn will tell you who is the HR person. You follow them and you will see, guys, even recruitment agencies, go out there and follow them. I'm gonna share that other recruitment agency that I mentioned. I'm not gonna mention it on air, but I'm gonna share it with you guys. It's a very good agencies and they help people. Okay, any questions? No. Guys, you guys are not interacting. You're not interacting, but it's okay. I think that was I'm gonna move in. I think my time is almost done even. I'm gonna move into the job search strategies, right? I think there was a speaker last week or this week that spoke to you guys about creating a professional CV. What did you guys learn from that? Who can tell me how should a professional CV look like?
Hi, my name is Ketiwe. We learned that you need to specify your CV to the specific, draft your CV for the specific post. So you can't really use one CV for everything that you apply for. Because of the ATS compliance thing, you can maybe qualify for the role, but then it automatically disqualifies you just because there's words that don't match the words that they're looking for. So it's important to read through that, understand it, and then tailor your CV based specifically on that.
That's correct. That's really good. That's really good. I'm glad that you guys have been learning. Hey, wow, well done. Yeah? Okay.
Good morning. My name is Maureen. Try to also avoid pictures and graphics, because sometimes these CVs go through AI first before they reach the hiring managers or the HR, and it might flag you even before it reaches the right hands. So avoid pictures, graphics, drawings, and images so that your CV can go through the right way.
Okay, thank you. That is correct, guys. You both are right. That is correct. I look at CVs every day for a living. Like I scrutinize CVs, and the system that we use, we've got questions, like let's say you are applying, I'm going to make an example, right? Let's say I do interviews every day. Let's say you are looking for, you are a boiler maker. I'm making an example, right? A boiler maker is someone that works in artisan, work in the mine. So we've got a system that qualifies and disqualify people. The first on that system, so it's questions that we send out when you are applying. That question will be asked to you. Like let's say the first question will, I'm thinking of my head. The first question that I would normally say is, do you have a completed grade 12 or matric, right? If you say no, automatically that system kicks you out because you don't have the main requirement, which is grade 12. And then another question that will ask you is, do you have a degree or are you a qualified artisan? If you say no, you're automatically out. Also, when I'm looking at CVs, like she mentioned, pictures are not attractive, guys. I think I was telling, I don't know who I was telling, there was a lady that applied, her picture had a, that blanket that says becoming Miss Mang Mang. And I was like, what? No, we know you're married, but then why are you putting it on your CV? It was, for me, that was like, it's a red flag. I automatically just rejected that person. So please be careful on how you do your CV. And like she said, you must have different types of CVs, right? According to the job description. You can't just use one CV. You can't use a CV at reception for a sales position or for an admin position. Because it's different. Admin person and reception, it's total different things. So you must have different CVs. And when you apply or when you write that motivation to say as to what can you say to the hiring manager, the way you base your answer, it must be in line with the job description. Because I look at that. Like I'm saying, I look at CVs every day. The first thing that I'll read is how you introduce yourself in that motivation. If it's not catchy or it's not relating to the job, I'm not going to consider you. And also on your CV, when you outline, like let's say you guys, maybe you don't have work experience, right? But say that when you were studying, this is what you did to improve your skills or to do that. That is catchy for me to say, okay, this person is hungry. Yes, they don't have experience, but they've got the skills. And by reading your CV, I can read like your attitude in a way. Also, one thing that I want to mention, guys, now, we don't hire you based on your qualification. We hire you based on your attitude, how you bring yourself, how you present yourself. So if you come there, you're not prepared, you don't have a like you don't know what there was a candidate now recently. After the interview, he asked me, so I would say after the interview, do you have any questions for the panel? He says to me, what do you guys do? I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, I know you guys are a mining company, but what do you do? I felt disrespected because even when I'm sending out the invite, I would give you guides. I'm going to share with you guys. I think I'll share my presentation with you guys. I've got like interview guides of what you guys can follow, right? On my on the email that I'm sending out the invite, it says they read on the website as to what is it that we're doing. Now he's sitting there asking me, what do you guys do? Like, you know, he's not even a graduate. It's someone that has been working for long. So prepare, and just make sure that your CV is up to par, right? And then where to find these opportunities, like I've mentioned, LinkedIn for me, that's the number one. That's where, like I'm saying, I've never really struggled to find a job because I utilize LinkedIn, guys. Even when I'm looking for people to hire, first thing I do is go on LinkedIn. If they say, Shochi, go and find a marketing person, I'll go on LinkedIn. I'll look at also companies that are doing marketing. Like those are the competition that I'm going to go take people from the competition because I know that those people are good because they specialize in marketing, right? LinkedIn, guys, live. Please, Instagram today, it must be history. Instagram, 2 minutes, but LinkedIn, number one. And then the other one that is more familiar for me that has helped me is Pnet. Pnet, if you don't have an account today, I would advise you to have that account and just start searching, start looking for those companies that you want to work for. Careers 24 is a bit old. I think it resonates with me rather, but there are a bit of opportunities there that you guys can find as well. And then like I said, I'll share this presentation with you guys so that you see there's a link there for government and public sector's job search and everything. And I've got There's a lot of internships that I won't mention the companies, but if you follow me on LinkedIn, I'll share those details with you guys. There's a lot of programs that are out now, internship programs and graduate programs that you guys can follow and just see what is it that you guys can apply on those companies. Ne? Okay. And then, like I said, I've mentioned create a profile, a LinkedIn profile, attend career fairs, networking events like Access70. Those are very important, guys, just to make sure that you prepare yourself. Okay, I'm not gonna read what I've written there, but what I can leave you guys with, the second section is where we're gonna do the real thing. I don't wanna touch on it now here. I wanna grill you guys. I wanna, because I can see you're all dressed up for today. I get. So what I can say, or from sharing my story, is that stick to your goals, set those goals, short term, long term, but they must be realistic. You must communicate to your goals every day and make sure that you try by all means to try to achieve them, right? And then know your skills, know what you're good at, and you will be fine. And your CV preparation, and just make sure that you present yourself also well when you go to an interview. Dress the part. You can't go to an interview wearing like a zip up. You need to be, you need to be presentable. You need to look like we can hire you. Like, I remember when I said, when I walked into that company, I looked the part because I was already seeing myself there. I get, okay. And yeah, improve understanding of workplace expectation and okay, so the workplace, like I said, the workplace is very guys, it's rough. But if you go to these training, if you attend such things, you'll get people like myself that will train you. We're going to connect on LinkedIn. If you've got a interview, I'm here to assist in terms of what to expect, what to do. I'm available. Like I said, I'm Letlogonolo on LinkedIn. Follow me and I'll be of help with anything. Even till today, I still assist even my ex-colleagues and everyone. Because like I said, in my space, it's not that hard to find a job because we know each other. You might think HR is a small world. You might think it's a big world. It's a small world. We all know each other. And yeah, I think that's all. That's my story, guys. Thank you.
I have a question. Maureen, once again. My question is to Austroche that, what is your take on walking into an interview with a notepad and taking notes as a candidate during interview? For example, just to back my question, right? You encourage us to ask questions, be curious about the company, you prepare yourself, you get ready, but interview, as far as since we started the week or we started the 7 days of the bootcamp, we're taught that it's not just about the interviewer, it's also about me learning the company. I'm also interviewing the interviewer about the workplace and the space and the culture, right? So would you say it's advisable to walk in, though, for example, as clean as it is like this, so that as we're having conversation and I'm answering the questions, you might highlight certain things about the company or certain cultural ways that you do, that things are being done in the company? Would you advise that I can still take notes during that interview, or does it look rude, or is it not allowed? At least I must just hold everything in my head and, keep it there, or what's the advice based on that? And please do advise. Is it a good thing? Is it not a good thing? Okay. Specifically a notepad, not cell phone or other note taking. Thank you.
Okay, a notepad. You're saying an iPad, right? Notepad. Oh, okay. All right. No, that is advisable to do it, because that, for me, I'm already interested in you because you are interested in me. The fact that you're writing down everything that I'll be saying to you, for me, it's a plus. So it's advisable for you guys to write down everything that you'll be like asking, or anything that I'll be telling you guys. So it's advisable to do that, because there might be a second round interview. In the second round interview, I might go back to the things that maybe you've written. If you haven't written them, how are you going to remember? So in the second round interview, normally second round interviews, we touch on how we've interviewed you for the first round. Because in the second round, there might be someone that was not with me in HR. There might be Lindy that is in, maybe is the head of the department. Meanwhile, I was interviewing with the line manager. So when she comes in, she would want to know what is it that you learned from the first round interview. So if you have your notes, you can pull them up and say, listen, the first round interview, this is what I did, this is what I went through with Uklohi or with, and then Lindy will have an idea to say, okay, this person was actually writing down notes. So my advice is you're more than welcome to write down notes and draft anything that you want to know about the company or anything that we'll be speaking about. Thank you. Questions?
Good morning. My name is Ketelo, and I wanted to ask about the professional CV. When you're doing the CV, you are supposed to tailor it according to the job description
Correct.
and the skills they highlighted there.
That's correct.
Is it possible for me to put other skills that they are not outlined there? Like maybe, let's say, they didn't outline Microsoft. Is it ideal for me to put them there, the skills I acquired during my degree?
Yes, it is advisable. Remember, your CV is you selling yourself through a CV. Just because I didn't mention Microsoft and on the job description doesn't mean that you're not going to use Microsoft at the workplace. You need to have Microsoft. So if you feel like you've got a skill or a strength that we didn't mention on the job description, feel free to put it there. Because like I'm saying, when I'm reading the job description, I'll see, oh, okay, we didn't mention this, but this lady has that thing. It's something that's going to set you out. It's something that's going to be like, oh, wow. We didn't say Excel, but you mentioned that your Excel skills you're rating yourself 10 out of 10. That's a tick to say, wow, if she comes in, when we give her report, she'll be able to do that because she mentioned that she's good with Excel.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I hope I'm answering the questions right. Okay.
Hello. Oh, right. Hello, my name is Singobile. Thank you so much for sharing your story with us. You've said a lot of beneficial things. But now that you've finished presenting and you're practically at the end, I want to know how you're feeling now that you've presented to us. And oh, by the way, pink is my favorite color as well. So it warmed me.
Thank you for that. Oh, wow. Okay. Thank you. You care about me as much as I care about you. Thank you for that. When I started, I was nervous. That's why I started with that song, right? I was nervous. Like I say, I did mention to say I was nervous. I get, this is a different platform. I do it for a living, but you guys it's a different platform. I normally stand presenting a company. Today I was presenting my brand as Tlhogi. I was presenting my story. So I feel great to say, like what you're saying, that I've shared a lot and positive things that you guys will take home with. So it warms my heart because HR is all about that. One thing that I've mentioned that what I like about HR is when I call you after an interview and say, listen, you've got the job, and I hear you smiling. That for me is what I take home with. So today, how I'm feeling after the presentation is that I'm glad that I could be here with you guys and I could share my insight and experience with you, and hopefully I'll work with one or two of you guys. You never know. I'm a recruiter. I'm always looking. So after this, we can talk. We can, if you want any advice, I'm here. But I'm feeling great. Thank you. I'm feeling relieved. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hi, my name is Surprise. My question is, one thing that I've learned about this bootcamp is that the people we've had are very passionate about HR, right? So my question is, what advice do you have when an HR person is just there for the job? Because I can see that you're very passionate, when you do interviews, when you do recruitment, even with Lindy as well, she does get excited if maybe a candidate has a quality she's searching for. So what advice do you have in regards to going to an interview with a person who's just there for work? They don't really care if you get a job, or maybe they even have someone for the job already, you know what I mean? So what advice do you have in just generally impressing HR?
So you're asking what advice do I have for someone that's in HR that doesn't enjoy what they do?
No, the advice is us. Right now, obviously, we are not gonna all meet people who are like you, who are excited and understanding that, you want a job, you want an opportunity. Some people are just like really in HR just for the job, you know what I mean? Not the passion of, the unemployed people. So my question is, what advice do you have for us if maybe we come across someone who's not as excited,
Okay, guys, now I always say, how a person receives you or how you guys think of me, it's got nothing to do with me. I know who I am. I know my story. So my advice is that don't take it personal. Some people do jobs for the sake of just doing it. Now I do it because, like I said, calling you and say, listen, here's a link, please apply. So don't take it too personal. When I just know your goal. I get it, we were talking about setting goals, long-term goals. Know your goal. A person's opinion is nothing. It must just be noise. Just be noise. Block, and just focus on your end goal, which is finding employment. She might not be the one that was gonna employ you. And now one thing that I say people don't understand, they are there to do a job. You are not there, they're not there to own the company. So my advice is stay focused, stay true to yourself, know your story. That person is just noise that's in the background. Thank you. Okay. Or I can hand over to Lindy. Anyone? Okay.
Hi, I'm Katleho. I'd like to firstly apologize for the attire. It wasn't planned. Clothes didn't dry. But anyway, I got a job interview in March in Mukopane. There's this company that was looking for sales reps, right? So I went there for the interview. It went good. So they emailed me for the second interview, right? I went there, they gave me the time and everything. I went there, and when I got there, I didn't find the right people. They asked me to, let's postpone. They told me to postpone, but then they didn't call me back after the postponement, right? So I called them to ask what's going on. Did they find someone they're happy with? And they told me no. So that job has been in my head. Even now, I can't sleep. I want that job. I see myself there. So how do I go about approaching them again, but then not sounding too desperate or pestering?
So you attended the interview, right? They interviewed you. No, they didn't. They interview you?
They interviewed me the first time, and then they called me for the second interview. Which is what didn't happen.
Oh, it didn't happen.
Yes.
Okay. So you can always, like I said, communication, follow up, but in a way of don't sound desperate. Just say, guys, I'm just reaching out to follow up on that interview that I've applied. I'm really, really interested. If you guys are still, if the position is still available, please, I'm still here available. Can start immediately. Mention, you don't have a notice period, because sometimes also, with the first round interview, I will ask you what your notice period is. Sometimes when you go back, you're like, that lady said,
Yes.
that lady said she's got 2 months or a month, right? Mention in an interview, but not sounding desperate. To just say, guys, I really enjoyed interviewing with you guys in the first round. And if the position is still available, I'm still here and I'm available immediately without sounding like desperate. Does that make sense?
It does. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much.
Thank you. All right, guys. Thank you so much for the time I had with you guys. I hope I've shared my story the best way I know how, and I hope you guys will have learned a thing or two from me, and good luck. I'm still here for the rest of the day. If you need any guidance or anything, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Ms. Tlhogi. We learned a lot from you. Did you guys also learn? Okay. Just a few questions before we go for our conference break. What's your take on today's lesson?
I think it was very enlightening. I learned a lot of tips that I'm going to take forward. And then I realized that I have some things that I need to work on myself with regards to my CV, how I approach the preparation should I land an interview, and how to articulate what I want to say once I do get that interview, in the hopes that it'll give me the best possible chance to land the gig.
All right, thank you so much. We're coming back to interview simulator. What is your expectation?
My expectation is to get the practical experience of actually being in an interview, because unfortunately I've never actually been in an interview. I've always been applying but getting rejected immediately. So I'm hoping that I'll get the practical experience. Yeah.
Tlhogi, a question for you. It's an advice, actually. So let's say someone has studied marketing degree, right? Marketing, graduated, and now they're desperately looking for a job. They can't find the job, but they get an opportunity as...
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. A till operator at Checkers. What advice would you give that person? Should they take the job, or should they keep on applying and hoping that they're going to get something in marketing?
Okay, thanks, Lindy. That's a good question, guys. Okay, how do I put this, right? Remember, I started as a receptionist that was doing night shift, right? When I got in, I had a goal to say, this is not the end. It's just the beginning. So my advice is, I would say, take the job, because you are looking for a job, and staying at home might bring depression. You are frustrated. So I'd say take the job, but don't forget about where you are going. Don't forget about your dream. Don't forget about what you've studied. There's a lady that I hired as a receptionist in one of the companies here I worked for. It's a mining company as well. She studied industrial psychology. When I sent, I think I put in a status to say I'm looking for a receptionist, right? And then she said, "Tlhogi, I'm interested, but I've studied industrial psychology." And I said, "What is your end goal? Where do you want to go?" And she said she wants to be in the HR space, right? I said, "Listen, come for an interview. Let's see. Once you are in the company, you know, companies do internships. There's opportunities within the company. So you might be a sales or a T person, like you said, but the company will always have jobs within. And what we do, we normally hire internally first before we can go look for someone outside. So you might be there working as a tea lady, whatever, and you see that the company is looking for someone in marketing, or there's an internship in marketing, and you know you're already in. So that's another step in already in the company, because we're going to consider the internal people first. So with this lady that I'm telling you about, she did the reception. So 3 weeks back, she called me. She's like, "Tlhogi, listen, there's an opportunity within the company in the logistics space, right? They're looking for a logistics clerk." And I said, "You see, I told you, come in, get your foot, yes, thank you, get your foot into the company, and then you'll see from there that opportunities will come. And the people that are inside, we consider them first." And now she went for an interview for the logistics. And I asked her, don't forget your goal. You said your end goal is to be in HR. While you are there, yes, acquire the experience and everything, but also still apply for the HR job, because that's your end goal. Thank you.
So much. Thank you. All right. All right, thank you. Let's take a comfortable break, 10 minutes sharp. Let's be back here. Do the maths. interviews. So everyone is going to be watching, but you are going to be interviewed by 2 HR professionals. I'm not going to interview you because Nina. Yeah. And sang sabi. All right. Miss Adelaide, as well as Miss Tlhogi, please join our table. Who has never been in an interview? Hayi kahle wena. It's you. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, single. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. In that order. All right.
Good morning.
Second mic, please. Second mic, second mic.
Please, can you go back? Sorry, can you go back? Because you can't just come and sit here.
Matthew, where's the second port? Where is the second cordless mic?
The candidate.
Yes, sir. Okay, let's just take a minute and set up the technical correctly before we start. Let's not be jumping around too much, okay? There's 2 interviewers, so we need to have a mic for the person who's going to speak. And then the interviewers can share a mic or they can have a mic each. Let's be in order before we go. Number 1. Number 2. Okay. 3. 3. 4. 5.
Sorry, I just need their names and qualifications.
Thank you. Coming up. Come. 6. Hi. Who's going second? Okay, relax, folks, relax. Take it easy.
Number 3. Number 3.
So you're second. Third, who's 4? Good.
And general. This is business management. What is it? Oh, BCom. But women, we've never been to it. Really? Okay. All right. No, I just did it by the names and then. Welcome. Feel free to take a seat.
Thank you. Lovely to meet you.
Okay. So, welcome. How did you find the place? Did you get lost?
It was a bit of a challenge, but with like unfortunately of us to have Uber, I was able to put on the address and hopefully get to the right place.
Okay. All right.
Right.
You are warm enough this morning?
It was a bit cold, but yeah, I'm warming up now.
Okay. All right. So we're just going to tell you what the process is going to be. Firstly, we're going to introduce ourselves to you, and just to have an understanding what the panel is comprised of. That's the first thing. And then the second thing is that we'll ask you a question whereby you will introduce yourself as well. So my name is Adelaide Matlajani. I am the hiring manager. I'm the head of finance in this organization, and would like to welcome you and wish you well for the interview.
Thank you.
Okay. My mic is working. Okay, it is working. Hi, welcome to the interview. My name is Little Khonolo. I'm the HR person. I work alongside Adelaide, as she mentioned, but she's the hiring manager. She's the person that you'll be reporting into. So I'm just standing in as an HR person. But like she said, feel free, relax. This is not an interrogation. It's an interview. We just want to get to know who you are, what is it that you studied, and what you can offer to this company. But welcome and good luck.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that introduction, would like you to please tell us about yourself, your qualifications, and any experience you might have. It does not have to be work experience. So just briefly tell us about yourself, focusing on your experience and your qualifications.
Okay, I would like to thank the opportunity firstly. I'm Thabo Banana, and I'm a recent graduate with a bachelor's degree in accounting. And in terms of experience, I'd say I grew up being an assistant manager. So basically at home, we are running a spaza shop. So I was dealing with customer relations, dealing with dealing with stock and purchases of stock. But currently I've moved in the sales industry, of which I'm an independent promoter at the moment. So that's where I've sort of a platform or place where I can improve my communication skills and also improve my consumer engagement, if I may say.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that, Thabo. My next question is, since you've mentioned that you'd say you were an assistant manager because at home you guys have a spaza shop, right?
Yep.
What would you say is your biggest strength and why? And mention your weakness and tell me what is it that you will do to make sure that your weakness doesn't interfere with your strength.
Okay. So I'd say my strength lies with actually having the ability to connect with customers. Because I found during my experience, customers are more comfortable with talking to me because of the energy that I think I bring to them. And then in terms of weakness, I'd say it's actually not related to what I've been doing, but I'd say in terms of working in teams, I sort of like want to oversee everything. And it's something that I need actually to work on, being able to trust others to.
So you don't delegate. You are the boss.
I can delegate, but then
you
I
can
have
work
to oversee. Yeah.
You oversee everything. You know, as you grow older, or as you like, if your business is gonna grow, you're gonna have to trust your team members. You're gonna have to trust your people. So I like what you're saying. You wanna learn to allow people also, because when you always oversee, it gives them that thing. You don't trust us. You don't trust me with my job. So I'm glad that you saying you wanna learn that and just make sure that you allow people also to just do what you trusting them to do. Because I get you hire those people and you trust that they can do the job.
Yep.
That's why you're also here. You want us to hire you and you want us to trust you as well to say you can do the job, right?
Yep.
But thank you for that.
Thank you.
I'll hand over to Ms. Adelaide.
Okay.
All right, thank you very much. So with the following questions, if you could just give us an example of my question,
and just tell me how your understanding is based on an example. I also like the fact that you have experience from home, running a spaza shop. So that has exposed you to stock intake, stock depletion, expiring goods, balancing the books,
Yeah.
and ensuring that you are being profitable. I'm sure it has also exposed you to some pricing of some sort as well.
And you
Okay.
mentioned customer management as well. You said you manage customers,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
Okay, that's
Okay.
good.
So based on your studies, what would you say to me that GAP stands for? GAAP.
GAAP. It's I remember it's accepted accounting standards.
Right.
It's one of those standards that will guide us in terms of how to basically guide us in the accounting industry.
All right. So it is generally accepted accounting practice.
Oh, okay.
GAP. And I think it was used a lot in the olden days. Maybe what you're using now is IFRS.
Yes.
IFRS. What can you tell me what IFRS is?
Yeah, that's what true that. So it's something that I've been exposed to. So IFRSs and ISs.
Okay.
So from what I understand at the moment, it's also practices, but at the same time, it's standards that will guide us. So I'll make an example as of IFRS 16, which is basically leases. It guides us on how to recognize leases and also the measurement, but at the same time, also how to disclose it.
Okay.
And there's also a new IFRS that was newly established, which is IFRS 18. It's still new and it's going to be effective from next year, 2027, 1 January. And it's basically a standard which will better help us to faithfully represent our financial statements to the users of the financial statements.
I've got a question for you. Would you now implement those things in your business?
Yeah, true.
Oh,
I'll definitely will.
okay, that's great.
Okay. The second and very final question is, how would you handle discovering a material misstatement that management wants to ignore?
Firstly, as we are guided, it will depend upon the position you're at. Because if you are a CASA, then you are guided by the SICA bylaws. So, but also at the same time, if you are an auditor, a registered auditor, you also be guided by EBA, of which in that case, it will be a reportable irregularity, of which you'll have to report, but also at the same time, discuss with the management on how they can better address the material misstatement.
Okay. Thank you for that. I've got one last question, Mr.
Okay.
Advocate, sorry. Why accounting? Why did you study accounting?
At first, truly, it wasn't something that I had passion for. So at grade 12, that's when you start to choose subjects
Yeah.
and sort of choose.
Isn't it grade 10?
Yeah, it is grade 10.
Not grade 12.
I said grade 10.
Oh, you said grade 10. Oh, my bad, sorry.
So that's where you actually get to choose your career. And I'd say one thing I always knew, I was not passionate with physics and all of those.
Maths.
So yeah, and
Mm.
I love maths.
Oh, you
actually.
did? Okay,
Yeah, so I
okay.
did pure maths with accounting, but so it was between law and accounting. But
Okay.
then now I went with accounting, and during those years, grade 10, grade 11, and grade 12, I actually fell in love with accounting.
Okay.
All the numbers and basically can I say the mechanism behind accounting is so interesting.
Okay. All
Why
right,
should
thank
we
you.
hire you?
I was about to ask, you read my mind. Why you are amongst everyone that we're going to be seeing today? What's outstanding about you?
I'd say as much as I have the theory part of what actually goes on in the accounting industry, I also have the experience with the relation to accounting industry. And I've also been fortunate enough to attend a university of Johannesburg, which helped us in basically putting the accounting workplace into practice, because we had a project one time which it was called Project Endurance, of which we all had to combine all our major modules, and we had companies such as Deloitte, EY coming by. They were also sponsoring the event, and they gave us practical experience of what it feels like working in the accounting space.
Okay, that's a good answer. I'm glad when you're in accounting, you need to follow those big four accounting firms,
Sure.
and you mentioned one of them now. That's great. And then, do you have any questions for us?
Yeah, I think I do.
Okay.
So what would you say is one thing that you guys value about this company?
Okay, so we have a very robust organizational culture. We also have, we are big on learning and development. So we do a lot of leadership development and just developing people generally. So if you come in here, you must know that you're going to be working, but also developing yourself as well. We have a fully fledged learning and development department, and we also have a lot of internal training that happens.
Yeah.
So you are in accounting, you'd also have to understand what the risk department does and how it actually impacts on you. And you'd also have to understand what marketing does and how it actually impacts on accounting, because you have to approve all those budgets. So learning the cross-cultural teams that are around is very important. So we are big on learning and development, but we also value our employees very much.
Yeah.
And we are on continuous development with them.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Yeah. Any other questions before we let you go?
Yes, actually. So what would you say are the qualities or values that you are looking for when selecting?
You go. I'll go. Well, I'm in HR, right? I interview a lot of people. The qualities that I'll be looking for is attitude, right? We don't hire just your qualification. We hire people that have the right attitude, people that are showing, like now you sitting with us, and the fact that you've got experience, that's outstanding, right? So we hire people that are humble enough, willing, people that want to start from the bottom and just learn through training, like Adelaide has mentioned. You're going to come in, there will be a lot of training that we're going to get you in to make sure that your job is done properly. We won't just gonna throw you in the deep end, because there's other companies that will just throw you, but we'll take you through training and all of that. But attitude for me stands out in any interview. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the insight. Huh? No
All
more
right.
questions.
Thank you for coming. You'll get feedback from myself as the HR person, but we're currently just conducting a few interviews. As soon as we're done, you'll definitely get feedback, whether good or bad. I always give feedback, because I wouldn't like you to just wait and not know what happened, or so you will get feedback from myself. But thank you very much for coming, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just to add on to what you said, the process is that, you've made it to the interview. There will be assessments that she will be
Conducting.
running. So it's a whole process. It will take us about a month. So the feedback will come through then, if you've made it to the next
round.
stage
Yeah.
of the process.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much for your
Thank you for
time.
coming.
We are ready for the next. Hello. How are you?
I'm good, and how
I'm good, thanks. Please come through.
Thank you so much. Good morning, how are you? Thank you so much.
Okay. Welcome, Ketelo. What does your name mean?
Beauty of love.
Oh, beauty of life.
And love.
Oh, love.
Yes.
Oh, that's wonderful.
That's a beautiful name.
Thank you.
It's not a common name. Is it Tswana?
What language is it?
Sepedi.
Babe, Sepedi.
Sepedi.
Oh, umupedi.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Swati also.
Oh, nami ngikhuluma Swati.
It really is a beautiful name. So Ketelo, we're just going to introduce ourselves. My name is Adelaide. I'm the hiring manager. I'm the head of finance. Sorry, I'm not the head of finance. Yes, I am the head of finance. And one of my divisions is auditing.
Yeah.
So I've got a lead auditor. They're actually joining us online in this interview. So I'm actually the head of the department.
Nice meeting you, Mayor.
Okay.
Hi, Gedelo. Welcome again. We're going to be interviewing you in the auditing department. By way of introduction, I'm Letlo Khonolo, known as Tlogi. The HR manager in the space. I work along Adelaide. I'm just here in the HR, representing the company as HR. But all the best. Good luck. Relax. Feel free. It's not a introduction. What is it? Interrogation. Thank you. It's. We just want to get to know you. We just want to get insight as to who you are, what is it that you study, and what you can offer us. Right?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Relax. There's water there if you feel you want your throat is dry or but feel free.
Okay.
Okay.
So relax and now that we have introduced ourselves, so we would like you to introduce yourself.
Yeah.
So if you could just briefly tell us about yourself, your experience, if you have any. If you don't, you can just tell us about what you did in your projects at school, your qualifications, and what makes you suitable for this role that you've applied for, which is our learner internal auditor.
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Ketero Dibakwane from all the way in Ellisprate. I did BCom in accounting. I'm a graduate there. Now I'm currently pursuing my BCom honors in internal auditing at the University of Johannesburg. What I would say is that the 2 degrees combined, they helped me in analytical skills, critical thinking, and financial management and governance also. We had a project where we were internal auditors of a certain company, where we were supposed to analyze the data and give recommendations and the findings to the panel. And that project, we were analyzing data. We presented our findings and our recommendations to the panel, to the company. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that.
Why auditing? What got you to study auditing?
Okay. I would say why auditing. It's because I love assessing companies. I love assessing companies' data, finding loopholes, recommending findings to the companies, and recommendations on how they can improve their governance.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that.
Relax. You can have water.
Yeah, you look nervous. Just relax. Take a deep breath. We're not gonna bite you or anything. Just relax. We are human beings as well, ne?
We're not monsters. Okay. Drink some water. We have all day. Okay, you done?
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Now, so that was just a behavioral HR question. We're going to get into a technical question.
Okay.
And this you can just answer based on your theory about what you're doing currently or what you have done previously. So the question is, how does internal audit differ from external audit, and why is it internal audit important for corporate governance?
Please repeat the question.
How does internal audit differ from external audit, and why is internal audit important for corporate governance?
Internal audit differs from external audit by we as the internal auditors, we are assessing, we are finding loopholes, we try to come with recommendations for the business. We'll say, oh, we found this and this is not in compliance with the maybe labor laws or regulations. Then external auditor, that's where they just give like an external recommendation, but based on what we found, I would say that.
Based on what internal
Yes,
audit
auditors
evaluated?
assessed. Yes.
Okay.
And internal auditing, it's very important for a business because it helps the business for the business to identify what they went wrong, where they went wrong, and how should they approach on fixing that thing before going outside with the external auditors.
I see. Thank you very
Thank
much.
you.
Why should we hire you? Ketela.
I believe I will bring analytical skills, and I would bring analytical skills based on the projects based on the knowledge I found on the projects I did. I would help the company to develop solutions and how to comply with governance.
Okay. You mentioned a skill there, right? I've got a question for you. What would you say is your strength, and say why, and then touch on your weakness as well? And a weakness is something that can be a stepping block to you achieving something. What would you do to make sure that that weakness doesn't interfere with your work that you will be hiring for? So mention your strength and why, and then mention your weaknesses, and mention how you're going to make sure that that weakness doesn't become a block of how you're going to do your work.
Can I start with the weakness?
Yes, sure.
My weakness is that I'm an overly detail-oriented person, where I try to make sure that I analyze the data, I capture correct data, and everything is accurate. And that it has shown me that perfection, most of the time, it's not the process. Sometimes you just have to go with the process, and it takes like a lot of time for me, because maybe I'm busy with a project that is due with the deadline, and I want to put my focus there all alone. And I found that I'm not a person who likes to delegate. I'm a person who likes to do the things themselves. So I'm working on that, to delegate more work to my team leader, to my team members, so that they can focus on their strength, and I also focus on my strength. My strength, I'll be like data analysis. I'm very good in analyzing data. I'm good with analyzing data, because I saw when I was doing the group project now, I was able to observe and come up with solutions and to find the root cause of what was happening there.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Anything else before I ask if she's got any questions?
No.
Nothing. Do you have any questions for the panel?
I would like to ask, what does success look like for the
That's a good question.
What does success look like for the graduate within 6 months?
I think your hiring manager is going to answer that, because she knows what she's looking for.
6 months is training. Is learning the organization, is learning the different departments that are within, is learning how each department impacts on the other. So we have induction for a week, and then after that we have training. So the systems training, I don't know what systems we've worked on, but we have our own internal systems. We have SAP, so you need to be trained on that. And also just standard operational procedures. How do we go about things? What happens when we get an external audit that's coming through to us? So 6 months, we take it in this organization to really set you up, because 3 months is too short. And after 6 months, we expect you to hit the ground running, because you would have had good knowledge to go about. Okay, so the success that we're looking for is that you'd be confident. Even if you make mistakes, it would be honest mistakes, because you would have been equipped and empowered to make a difference in your role. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And I have another question.
Okay, that's fine.
What is the team culture of the company, and how the company helps the graduates to contribute to their teams and the company?
Okay.
So you're asking the team culture. I'll just speak as a role for the organization. We've got an open culture. I've been with the company not for long. She's been here for the longest time. She's got more experience. But from what I've come in as a new person, they've got an open culture. They've got a culture where if you don't understand something, like she said, while you're training, you can always knock and go ask for people, and they'll always help you. So it's an open culture. It's a culture that also will allow you to learn as a person that's new in the company. It's a place where it's a nice environment, man. It's not toxic. So as a graduate, you shouldn't be scared or anything, because you'll have the guidance, you'll have the training, like she mentioned. You'll have all the tools for you to make sure that you understand what is required of you to do on the role. So now what we want you to bring is, if you are successful, is the right attitude, energy, and the willingness to learn. Because as a graduate, you must always be willing to learn, right? It's a working environment. And when you come in, let's say maybe I'm in HR and she's not there. If I ask you to do something, don't say, "Hi, I'm only here for auditing." That's wrong. Because you are here to offer us your service. You are here to offer us your skills that you've acquired in the university. So the willingness to learn must be something that you bringing, or something that you must also, don't take it as these people are just making me do things. Just learn, grabs anything that you can get from any department. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So in the team, we work very hard and we play hard. So there's a lot of things that we do out of the office. We also encourage a lot of team building, and we also encourage, when you're new, to take part in some of the out of the office experiences that we do. So every 6 weeks we go out to do some bowling, or we can decide to go to a karaoke, but just to shake out what the office environment, the pressures that happen there. But we also encourage learning. Learning internally and also learning externally. So if after 2 years you're still with us and you would like to pursue your master's, we are willing to fund you for that. We have budgets for that, and we encourage a learning culture in the environment.
Yeah.
So we also like innovation. We want people that think out of the box. We don't want people that bring problems. When you bring a problem, you must give us options of solutions. So we are flexible. And I really believe that our employee value proposition is a good one. So we support academically.
Yeah.
We've got a wellness program whereby if you're going through some stress, you can access that, and it's managed by professionals. So we try and encourage a very well-balanced work-life balance between employees and employers. And we're an exciting, I'm the oldest in the team, but everyone else
We still learn
is,
from her, myself as well.
Everyone else is quite at a tender age of loving fun. I'm old by age, but I'm young at heart. So, and that's why some of these things are welcome. The innovation, the ideas, they are welcome because the future is for the young, and we don't want to be left behind. We want to adapt with the future, and so that we remain compatible, and we remain we perform in what we outlendo our competitors as well. So just remember that it's just not about the organization. There's competitors out there that are looking at us, so we need to be a step ahead of everyone. So that's what I would say that the culture is around here. I hope we've answered your question.
Yes, you did. Thank you.
Okay, before we let you go, it's just a question that came in mind, Adelaide, if you don't mind me asking the graduate. What would you say is your salary expectation?
I'm open to negotiate according to the cost of the company.
Please say that again.
Open.
Please feel free. Like, I feel like this question now just put your facial expression changed. It's not a question that is gonna break or make your interview. I just really just want to understand what is it that you're expecting salary-wise as a graduate, right? This is a big firm. It's a big firm, and I like what you'll be bringing if you are successful. So don't get my question wrong.
No, I didn't.
Yes. So think about what you're gonna say and tell me again what you said. I heard what you said, but I'm not understanding exactly what you're saying.
I was saying I'm open in negotiating according to the cost to company, where you guys you had like a plan on how much were you going to pay me. But for now, I think that's not important because for now I'm here for the skills, I'm here for the experience. Yes.
Okay, no, thank you. That answers my question. Do you have any other questions before we let you go?
No, you answered all the questions I had on my mind.
All right, thank you so much, Ms. Ketello. The next step to this, you'll get feedback from myself as HR. The next step should be an assessment, but I'll get it from your hiring manager. She'll let me know as to what is it the next step, if we're gonna have a second round or we're gonna have assessment. Normally, I get it from her and then I follow up with my candidates and just give them the right feedback. But thank you very much for coming in, and thank you for just giving us yourself and just allowing us to also have a conversation with you. Travel safe and enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Lungi, how are you? Are you good? Welcome. Please take a seat.
How are you? Are you good?
Okay. Do we have water for Lungile so that she relaxes? Maybe we should have a glass so that we just pour the water in the glass. All right. Lungi, relax. And we're just going to have fun because we're going to ask you about what you know, what you've studied for the past few years. Okay. All right. Did you get lost when you came here, or how was your trip?
No, I didn't. It was a very easy way.
Okay. All right. Help yourself to some water. So just as far as the process is concerned, we're going to ask you two sets of questions. One is going to be on the behavioral side, whereby we ask you about yourself and your behavior around situations. If you could give us examples of that, but that would be led by my colleague, Tlogi. And then we'll introduce ourselves. And after that, we'll ask you a question whereby you introduce yourself as well. So my name is Adelaide Matlejwane. I am the hiring manager. I'm the head of finance, and we are looking for Bootcamp graduates. Okay.
Hi, Lungi. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the interview. Like Adelaide have been saying, we're going to interview you. I'm Tlogi, HR manager. I work alongside Adelaide. Just feel free, relax. There's some water there, and enjoy this. It's not an interrogation. It's just us getting to know you, really. And you look nervous. You're holding the mic like this.
I am.
You relax.
Breathe
Take
in
a deep breath, and we're not monsters. Right, is my face not friendly enough for you to relax? Look, you're smiling, that's good.
Yes.
So allow your body to
Relax.
Relax.
Sorry, before we continue, and you studied a BCom. What were your majors?
Accounting and economics.
Accounting and economics. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Adelaide. Okay, Lungi, just tell us about yourself, who you are. You just mentioned that you studied accounting, but besides that, who is Lungi? What did you do? What do you like doing? And just give us a brief overview, introduction of who you are.
I'm still doing my third year at school, Region Business School, and I am currently looking for graduate programs or internships. And I don't have any work experience or anything like that. But I am willing to work. What else can I say?
What do you like doing?
I'm still trying to find out my interests, but I'm realizing that I might be more interested into marketing.
Oh, okay.
And I want to venture into more things. I want to pivot into different careers if possible.
Okay, that's great. And then with that being said, what would you say is your strength and why are you choosing that strength? And then after that, touch on a weakness, like what is your weakness and what are you doing to make sure that that weakness doesn't become a block of your achievement? Do you understand my question? Do you understand it?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Please speak up, ne? Relax, Lungi. You look nervous. You look. She's not gonna. I know you're gonna be reporting into her. She's a lovely lady. Like, just relax. Okay.
I'll start with my weaknesses. Okay. I am very shy, especially when it comes to public speaking, and I am trying to work on that, but it's very difficult because, especially if it's a crowd that you're not used to. But I am trying to improve my public speaking skills, and it can be a block into my career because I can't stand up and speak for myself and can't like sell myself to possible people that are looking and professionals. And I'd say my strengths are, I don't know, creativity.
Creativity.
Yes, because that's why I'm kind of looking into marketing. I like projects. I like being out and seeing different things.
Okay. Don't you guys do presentation at school? Like, so how do you go about, because you're saying your weakness is being shy. I know you're saying that you're going to work on it, right? But then how do you present yourselves? I know you're saying this is a different crowd, but then are you okay within your peers when you guys are doing assignments, presentation and all of that? How are you tackling that?
We haven't actually done presentations.
Oh, okay.
So, but we do class activities where you have to stand up and present whatever. I try, but usually I shy away.
Okay, all right. But I'm glad that it's something that you know and you're going to work on, right? So keep on doing that. Just practice the public speaking, because in marketing, there is a lot of presenting things that your creativity needs to, if you've created something, you need to go present it to other people. So you need to work on that weakness to make sure that you just action it and you don't let it become like that stepping block, right? Okay, thank you. My next question before I hand over to Adelaide with the technical question. Why did you study, you said you studied BCom in general management, but now you're mentioning marketing. Why did you study the BCom then?
I didn't find a school the year after I finished my matric. So when I got the opportunity to go to school, I just chose anything that could get me in.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, no, thank you. That's it. If I have a question, I'll jump. I think I've got the last question at the end, but I'll hand over to Adelaide. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are you enjoying economics? I love economics.
But it's better than accounting.
So which one do you enjoy more? None of the two.
No.
And those are your two majors?
Yeah.
Wow. I don't even know if I should ask the next question. Okay, I'll ask it anyway.
I'll try to answer.
All right, okay. So the question that I'm going to ask is about supply and demand. And is that something that you did in economics?
Yes.
Okay. So if the government imposes a price ceiling on basic food item, you would understand what that means. That
Price ceiling.
price ceiling. So that it means that water cannot be more than 10 rand a liter, or bread cannot be more than 10 rand. Okay. What are the likely short-term and long-term economic consequences for that?
Okay. I think, I'm not sure.
Go ahead. Just give it your all.
There's no wrong or right answer. We just want to see how you think or articulate yourself.
Okay, so the question is, if the government implements
Government
a price ceiling,
imposes a price ceiling. So let's say a loaf of bread, the government is saying everybody must have access to bread because people don't have money, the 350 is not enough, therefore would like them to be able to buy a loaf of bread at 10 rand. So this is a price ceiling. So it doesn't matter how much it costs you as a bakery to produce this bread, but the government wants you to sell the bread at 10 rand. What are the likely short-term and long-term economic consequences for that?
I think there would be more demand because the consumers can afford it, but also it would cause supply problems because then the government might be losing too much funds to provide. Because when the bread is supposed to be 10 rand, I believe that the government maybe adds money so the people can afford the bread. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, just feel free, just talk.
So I think
You're on
there would be
the right
more
track.
demand of the bread where people want to get the bread because that's all they can afford. And there would be less supply. I think, I don't know.
Okay, so so there would be more demand, so it would be good for the consumers, isn't it? What is the impact it would have on the baker, the person that's baking the bread?
If there's more demand, that means they can supply less because then they won't be able to bake as much bread because now more people are ordering the bread. So now they have to, if at first they had to bake 50, now people want to buy more, that means there's 100 orders coming in and they have to supply 100, they have to move from 50 to 100. So I think there would be less supply of the bread and the supplier would have to decrease, I think.
Do you think the supplier will be making money?
No, that's
okay. And how would that affect them?
They won't be able to make a profit. They'll have to close it down. Eventually, there'll be a financial strain on the supplier side.
All right. So that won't help us much, would it?
It
Okay.
won't.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Adelaide. Thank you, Lungi. Do you have another question or we can carry on? Okay, thank you. Lungi, before we let you go, ask you if you have any questions for us. I just want to find out from you, what would you say your salary expectation is for this role that we interviewing you for? I know you're a student, but like you've got bills to pay, you've got needs, you need a salary, right? So what would you say your salary expectation is?
I think I'd be able to negotiate between 10 and 15,000.
Okay, all right, thank you for that. Do you have any questions for the panel members for us?
What would growth look like?
Pardon?
And what would growth look like for me in the company? Because I am willing to grow.
Okay. So in this department in particular, so when you start, because this is a graduate program, you will be going to different departments, but you will end up in this department because that's what we're looking for. So the reason you go to different departments in the first 6 months, so your induction and your training involves that, is so that you have a better understanding on how your role then impacts on the organization as a whole. So growth for you would look like, in the next year, you actually study your honors because we are pro-education. We are very, the culture is very developmental. There's going to be a lot of internal training as well that happens, which our Department of Learning and Development organizes. And I'm going to make an example. For instance, there's something about phishing whereby people target our organization, hackers and whatever. So IT will take you through what are the things that you should look out for to ensure that you're not exposing the organization. So that is part of your growth, just to learn and develop you throughout and all the time. But after a year or two, we would expect you to want to do your honors, and we will sponsor it because that's how we encourage growth in the organization. People have moved. I'm the head of finance, and the CEO will be retiring, and I think that they will be looking internally. So if I move, then somebody internally will move. You might as well have an opportunity to move as well. So yes, there is growth possibilities only if you want to, but if you don't have that attitude, then it becomes a problem.
Thank you
won't
very
grow.
much.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
Right. Thank you, Adelaide. Any other questions before I let you go?
No, thank you.
All right, Lungi, thank you very much for coming in. You'll get feedback from myself. I'll liaise with the hiring manager as to how they want it, if we're gonna have a second round or any assessment, but communication is gonna come from myself. Thank you very much. Enjoy your day and travel safe. Thank you.
Okay. I need the handshake firm. Okay. All the best. Tando, no? Right. Media.
Right here. I just want to see something. Check it on the camera, check on the screen.
Can I go feature? Yes.
Doesn't work. Doesn't work. Trying to create a room effect. Doesn't work. Don't worry about it.
Hello, Tanda. How are you? I'm good, thank you. I like your jacket. Thank you. All right. Is it special? Is
Not really. It's not. There's nothing special about it, actually.
Is it?
Yes.
You just.
I just like baggy clothes, so I thought this would add to my collection.
Okay. All right. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling actually positive and ready to conquer. So yeah.
Yes, love the energy.
Love that. Love that. Okay, so Tanda, we're going to introduce ourselves.
Okay.
And after introduction, we go into the questions, the interview itself. So there will be behavioral questions, and then there will be technical skills questions from my side. So my name is Adelaide Matlajani. I'm the head of marketing, and media and PR are part of my department. I do have the media lead that takes care of all our social media pages, who's online. They're with us, they're joining us. So they'll be watching and observing, but they won't be asking any questions. Okay. Yeah, so I'm the hiring manager.
Hi, Tando again. My name is Lihlogonolo, Talent Acquisition Manager. I'm representing the HR department. Like Adelaide was saying, we're going to be interviewing you today, but I want you to feel free, relax, be comfortable. It's a conversation, really. I always tell my candidates to just relax and engage with us. There's a water there in front of you. If you feel like you want to take a sip, you're more than welcome to fill. So like Adelaide has mentioned, I'm gonna ask you a few HR questions, and then she'll take you through the technical questions. At the end of the interview, if you have any questions regarding the job, the company, you're more than welcome to ask me. We'll try our best to answer you. Okay? Okay. My first question is, you studied media, right?
Yes, I did.
Why that? Is it a degree or diploma?
It's a diploma.
It's a diploma.
Yes.
Why did you study that?
I went into media because I wanted something broad. I get bored very quickly, so I wanted something that was going to challenge me a bit and be able to explore certain categories, work in different industries, have different roles, and not focus on one thing for the rest of my life. So that's why I did media.
Okay, thank you. Have you worked elsewhere before, or you haven't?
I haven't worked anywhere before. I've No, not yet.
Okay, so you're still looking for a space in the workplace?
Yes, I
Okay,
am.
that's great. All right, thank you for that. My second question is, what would you say are one of your strengths, and why are you choosing that as a strength? And then what would you say is that one weakness that you think might be something that is going to be a stepping block from your career or anything in life?
One of my strength is communication and paying attention to detail, because that's one of the most important things. You need to be able to communicate with your clients, and you need to pay attention to detail, because you are working with different companies, you're working with different industries, and you need to pay attention to detail because you also have competition, So yeah, and then one of my weaknesses will have to be analyzing data, getting all that feedback, having to sit down, analyze, and do all of that work just to go forward. So yeah, but I'm working on it.
I'm glad, as long as you're working on it, because the weakness is it's a development area where you need to be aware of, but have a plan to say, I'm going to work on it. But thank you very much. I'll ask my last question after Adelaide, but thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so my question is around media ethics. I take it that you've got some journalistic abilities in you.
Journalistic?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try. Okay. Because my major is digital marketing, but okay.
Your major is?
Digital marketing.
Digital marketing.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to ask the question anyway, because by the time okay. If you come into an environment, you'll be responsible for digital marketing. So you'll be responsible for media updates. You'll be responsible for managing our social media pages. So that means writing stories in our social media. And that is the journalistic part, whereby the writing and your communication has to be pronto, both in written and oral, and even some of the press briefings that we would need to have in the environment. Okay. So when you have a story about the organization, so let's say, for instance, one of our directors is at the Matlanga Commission. And you have to do a release to make sure that our customers and our stakeholders are comfortable. They have absolutely nothing to worry about. How should you balance the public's right to know? So the public has a right to know.
Okay. Yes.
All right?
Yes.
How would you balance that with the individual's right to privacy when reporting a sensitive issue? So Facebook, Twitter are your responsibility in the organization.
Yes.
And you have to take out a statement.
Okay.
Because one of the directors is now at the Matlanga Commission.
Okay.
But with that, you can't withhold information for the public, but you have to be sensitive about it and also protect the individual. How would you go about
So
that?
basically, I'm protecting the image of
the company.
The company.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I need to deliver to the media what's really happening.
You need to deliver to the public.
To the public, what's really happening.
Yeah.
First of all, I think I'd have to find a common ground, do my research, and find out how what the media is expecting to hear from me, and take it from there, because I already know what the company has done and I have information on my side. The thing that I need to do is just find out how the media feels and what is it that they're expecting to hear, and have a common ground and address the issue, whereby I'm still going to protect the image of the company, but I'm still delivering a message to the media without disclosing anything that I do not need to disclose to them.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. Just to give you a little bit of insight.
Okay.
just the understanding the tension between transparency and protection of personal rights. That's number one. Number two, it's professional standards. So accuracy, fairness, and accountability must always happen. And the reason I'm asking and telling you about these things, it's because once you are a media person in an environment, you are going to be expected to do that. Send out a release or send out a statement, but making sure that our reputation is protected. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Adelaide. Thank you, Tando. Tando, one last question from me before I ask you if you have any questions for us. What would you say is your salary expectation for this role?
Well, entry level, I wouldn't expect anything more than 10,000. 10,000 is my max, but anything more than that, I'll be risking it or taking my chances, but 10,000 is my maximum.
Anything less than that?
It's also okay, but nothing below 6.
Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you. Do you have any questions for us?
What does it look like for a young person like me to be in your company? Is there growth? Will I be able to explore other opportunities within the industry, or will I just be at one place?
Yeah, I'll answer and then I'll allow Adelaide also to just add on. There is growth in the company, and like you said, you've never worked anywhere, right? So we're looking for people like you, people that are bringing the right qualification, but also you must come in as a graduate that is willing to learn, a graduate that is open-minded. I think you mentioned here that you've majored in digital marketing. So there is going to be growth because we've got different departments within the company. And with HR, what we do when we take out positions, we normally take in from within. We normally recruit from internally before we can even touch on the external candidate. So if you are a person that's looking for growth, raise your hand up, and HR or the learning development team are always there willing to assist in terms of making sure that you get the growth that you're looking for. Adelaide, you can add on the...
Yeah, we also encourage studying. We have budgets for that, and we believe that with your growth, as long as you're going to study something along media, we won't fund you if you want to be a nail technician, but we will fund you for media, because that will then make you improve in your job. And usually sometimes when we do the personal development plans, then that comes in, and then we say, what is it that we can develop you with into the future? So there is growth opportunity. And remember that we are a multinational company, so you can actually land yourself a job in Dubai if you want to. It's entirely in your hands.
Okay, thank you. No, I don't have any questions. That's it from me.
Okay, all right. Thank you for coming, and you'll get feedback from myself as HR. I'll liaise with the hiring manager as to if they would want to do an assessment or any second round interview, but you'll get communication from myself as to what the next step is in the process. But thank you very much for coming. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much.
Thank you. Good. All right. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
How are you this morning?
I'm good.
You're looking fantastic.
Thank you.
Let me get my mic. Okay. Leandra, we are just going to have a conversation with you. Don't take it like it's an interview, just a conversation. We're conversing about what you know best. So just to let you know what the process will be, we'll be introducing ourselves, and then we'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. And once you're done with that, we'll ask you behavioral questions, and then we'll ask you one technical question.
Okay.
Is that okay?
That's good.
All right. So my name is Adelaide Matlejwane. I'm the head of IT. in this organization. So I am responsible for literally everything, all the projects, all the systems that the organization has. Have you completed your degree?
I'm currently in my last year.
Final year.
Yes,
Okay.
majoring in business analysis more than the technical side.
Okay, so it's the business analysis more than the technical side of IT management.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
Thanks, Adelaide. Hi, Leandra. My name is Letlhogonolo, known as Tlogi. I'm the talent acquisition manager. I work in the HR department, and yeah, we are going to be interviewing you today, but feel free, relax. It's a conversation. You look nervous, but you're looking straight into my eye, which I like, but you look nervous, but relax. There's some water there in front of you. If you feel like you want to drink water, you're more than welcome to do that. Like Adelaide said, I'll take you through some HR questions and then she'll take you through some technical questions. At the end of the interview, if you have any questions regarding the company, the position, or anything that you'd like to know about her department or my department, we are here to assist in that, okay? But relax and feel free.
Thank you.
Okay. My first question would be, why did you study IT? What encouraged you, or what got you into studying IT? Sorry, before you say that, I think IT, is it a male dominated? No, not anymore. Not anymore, right? But yeah, I just want to know as to why, because not a lot of female, I think, in my world that have studied IT. So what encouraged you to study IT?
Okay, so when I was done studying, I had no clue what I wanted to do after school. And I tried figuring out a couple of things, and I found out that, okay, I love working with people, and I love problem solving. So I thought that, okay, with this information that I've gathered with myself, what can I do about that? And then I checked different fields, I went through everything, and I saw, okay, there's such a thing called business analysis, where I can sit with people, I can solve problems that I enjoy doing. And I think that made me want to go into IT, especially in that field. And that's basically my reason for pursuing IT.
Okay, all right, thank you. So you're saying you're doing your third year?
Yes, I'm doing my final year.
Final year?
Yes.
Okay, all right. My next question is, what would you say is your strength, and why are you saying that is your strength, and what would you say is your weakness, and what are you doing to make sure that that weakness doesn't become like a block into your career while you are applying to get into companies? So what would you say are your weakness and your strength, and touch on why is that your strength, and how you're going to make sure that your weakness doesn't, yeah.
Okay, so I think my strengths are, or not I think, I know my strengths are teamwork, leadership, and again, I'm very good at problem solving. My weaknesses are I pay a lot of attention to details. So I feel like if something is not right, I'm going to make sure that I take all my time to get it right. And by doing that, I always try to do it alone instead of asking for help. And I think that's something that I need to work on and improve by asking for help. And yes.
Okay, all right. Do you enjoy working in a team? You said it's your strength. Like in
Yes.
varsity, do you guys have assignments where you work together as a team?
Yes.
Okay, all
I
right.
enjoy that.
You enjoy doing that?
Yes.
Okay, no, thank you. That's a good strength to have. Thank you. I'll hand over to Adelaide for the technical questions.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you an IT question. What is your understanding, basic understanding of cybersecurity?
Okay, so cybersecurity is basically where my understanding is basically where all the cloud, the data, the hacking is stored in one place. And yeah, that's in my words.
Okay, so why is it stored in one place? For what reason?
So that it's easy to access and
For who?
for the company.
Okay.
Yes.
Remember, the question is about cybersecurity. So it's easy to access for the company.
Yes.
And then what about the outside world?
It goes into the cloud.
Okay.
Mm.
So
it's
can
not
that?
for the it's not for the outside world.
Okay.
Yes.
So you must ensure that it is easy to access for the company, which is internal, and difficult to access
yes.
for the external.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. That will be all.
Thank you, Adelaide. Leandre, what would you say is your salary expectation should you be successful for the role?
I think my salary expectation would be 10,000 rand.
Just you're standing on 10.
Yes.
You're not open to negotiate.
No.
So if we offer you 9.8, you'll decline us.
I can consider it. It's
Okay.
in the range. Yes.
So
Okay.
what is the range? Is
Can-
it 10,000 rand minimum?
From 6 to 10, or are you just standing on 10?
8.5 to 10,000 rand.
Okay.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Do you have any questions for us?
Yes. I would like to know, what does your company use for the technical tools?
What does?
What technical tools does the company use?
Okay, so we've got quite a number of systems, and we also have a security system, which you will be fully trained on when you come through. And then we also have some modeling software. So there's a lot of internal software development that happens within the organization so that we are able to do everything internally. We do not like getting an external IT person to help us with some of our problems. We'd rather develop things internally. So the current team has actually developed quite a number of applications as well, just to ensure that we are safe. I mean, that's why I asked you the question about cybersecurity.
Okay.
As you know, that every day there's phishing, there's people that are trying to get into our system, there's people that are trying to defraud us at all times. So it's important just to keep that the walls and everything tight, because we also need to protect people's information, because we've got a huge database of people that we deal with on a day-to-day basis. But if you are the successful candidate, you'll get trained on the different systems that we use internally.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks, Adelaide. Any other question?
Based on the conversation we just had, do you have any concerns or feedback for me?
Please say that again.
So based on the conversation that we just had, do you have any concerns or feedback for me?
Feedback?
Yes.
Sure, that's a good question. I don't know if I'm allowed to give you feedback right there and then, but from how you've been presenting to us, I'd say you're okay, but I can't really disclose because, I mean, we're seeing other candidates and I don't want to give you the idea as to you've already got the job, right? We're still going to deliberate amongst each other, and then the right feedback will come through me as HR also, after I've spoken to your hiring manager. But you were confident enough, you were prepared according to me, but I wouldn't say more than that, but I don't want you to walk out of here discouraged.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. So feedback will come in time. There is a process. And also, this is just the beginning of the process. There's another step of assessments, depending on whether you make it through to the next stage or not. Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thank you,
Thank you very
Leandre.
much.
Have
Thank
a
you.
lovely day.
You
Travel
too.
safe.
How are you, Bonolo? I'm good. Welcome. Okay, please take a seat.
Good morning, Bonolo. How are you?
How are you this morning, Bonolo?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Okay. You look beautiful.
Thank you.
I can see you slept early.
I did. I had
Because you
to.
were preparing for the interview.
Of course, of course.
Okay, welcome. And just to let you know what the process will be, we're going to introduce ourselves. And then after that, we'll be asking you questions, a few questions from HR, and just one question that's technical from my side, based on your qualifications. So my name is Adelaide Matlejani. I am the head of legal. I am an admitted attorney, admitted by the Joburg Bar High Court. And I've been in this role for the past 10 years, and we are looking for a paralegal for our department. Okay.
All right, thanks, Adelaide. Good morning, Vonolo. My name is Le Tlogonolo, known as Tlogi. I'm the talent acquisition manager in the HR space. Yeah, we're going to be interviewing you today, but feel free, relax. This is a conversation, really. You look a bit nervous. You're looking at me with those puppy eyes. You know, but yeah, relax. There's water there for you. If you feel like your throat is dry, you can have some water. And yeah, relax, let's engage. And we're going to ask you questions like Adelaide has said. I'm going to touch on HR questions, and she'll take you through one technical questions. At the end of the interview, if you have any questions regarding the role or the company or anything that you need clarity on, we will allow you to ask those questions and we'll try our best to answer you. Okay?
Okay.
Can I start?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start with my question. My first question is, you said you studied legal, paralegal. Okay. What motivated you to study that? What got Bunolo to say after high school, I'm gonna study paralegal? Why that?
Okay, so I've always loved anything that has to do with law, anything legal. So in the beginning, like immediately after high school, I decided to maybe try and join the SAPS. But then things happened, and I just had to pivot and decided on choosing something that's law related. And then I was like, okay, where do I begin? I can just up and do law. So I decided paralegal was like the first step into my end goal, which is to eventually be a magistrate.
Okay.
So yeah, that's why I chose paralegal.
So are you willing to study further? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's great.
This is only the beginning.
All right, I love that. I love that. Okay, thank you for that. My second question is, you mentioned that you've joined. Did you work there at the SAPS? Were you working, or was it like an internship? What were you doing there?
I actually took a test, and then when I had to go for training, that's when I decided not to do it anymore because.
What do you mean a test? What?
So we write a test. It's like.
Was it like an assessment?
Yeah, an assessment, like a mental test.
Okay.
So I passed that, and then when I had to go for training, that's when personal things happened, including losing a family member.
Okay.
Because they got shot on duty. So
was he a cop as well?
Yes, he was.
Oh, okay. So did that change?
Yeah, I was like, I'm not gonna die on duty.
Sorry about
that.
It's okay.
Okay. All
So,
right.
yeah.
All right. Okay. The reason why I was asking, my next question is in line with what would you say is your strength and your weakness? Like what is the one thing that you think about when I say what is your strength and what is your weakness, and what are you doing to make sure that your weakness doesn't block your career moves or anything in life?
Okay, so my strength, I would say I'm very big on organizations. So meaning that anything that has to do with filing, documentations, and all that, I'm really good with that. My weakness is that I like doing things on my own. Like I want to organize everything and make sure that when it reaches the right hands, then I'll be accountable if anything went wrong. So I think I need to start asking for advice, like pass it to other hands before they get to the right hands, as in like ask, is this okay? Please check it for me, double check it for me, so that I know everything will be fine when it gets to the right hands.
Okay, I'm glad that you've got a plan because in the workplace, when you walk in, everyone can. I can come and say, "Do my filing." I agree. You mentioned that you love filing. I can ask your party and say, "Hey, I need Bonolo to do my filing." Are you just gonna bottle up and do all the work? But I like what you're saying that you will ask for advice. You won't just take in the work by yourself. Okay, thank you. I'll ask my last question after Adelaide. I'll hand over to Adelaide for the technical question.
Okay. So my question is around legal research. As a paralegal, you do understand that you have to do a lot of research for the attorney.
Yes, I do.
And you can't give advice, legal advice.
Yes.
But just research. So as a paralegal, how would you approach conducting legal research to support a case? And what sources would you rely on to ensure accuracy and reliability?
Okay, so I would first ask for authorization from my leading attorney. And as soon as that is accepted, then I can start going through the client's information. Of course, applying, I'm sorry.
Take it easy. Breathe.
Think about what you're saying. It's a practical question. Think about if you are successful, what would you do as a first task? Let's say she's tasking you with that. Think about what you're saying.
May you please repeat the question?
Okay. As a paralegal, how would you approach conducting legal research to support a case? And what sources would you rely on to ensure accuracy and reliability? Let me paraphrase it. Here's your attorney. They have this case. We've given a tender to somebody, and somebody has blown the whistle that our process was flawed. But now Ket Matlala has 360 billion of our tender, and now it's a legal battle, and you need to do legal research. So what sources would you use, and how would you know that those sources are reliable, just to ensure that you get the support for the attorney? For me, as the head of legal.
Okay, so I would firstly check the facts, the receipt, and the time that all of that was done. And then, of course, with the authorization from the attorney, and then ask for all the information that was recorded. And yeah.
Okay. All right. So in future, you must be able to identify relevant statutes. Okay, you've done this. You've studied this. You know what I'm talking about, isn't it? You must be able to identify the case law. So what you do as a paralegal is look for similar cases, whether it's in the library. Now we work with AI information. It's at the tip of our fingers. And then some other secondary sources. It could be textbooks, it could be anything. Unfortunately, as a paralegal, you are always studying and reading, because you have to read for the attorney and say, case number Bani Bani that happened in Pietermaritzburg, this is what happened, this is how it was handled, so that the attorney can also have a look at it, compare and contrast, and see where they can go. And also ensuring that the citations and the references, and I think you've done that at school, where you cite where you got the information from. You put a reference of where you got the information from, so that if the attorney needs to go back to the same article, then they are able to go back to the same article. So that's what you do. So maybe, I don't know if you've done research as a course. If you haven't done it, it's coming, because being a paralegal is about research. Okay, all right. Don't worry. This is a role play. When you go for your real interview, you would have researched on what paralegals do. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank you so much. I don't know what's going on with my mic. Bonolo, do you have, before I ask if you have any questions, what would you say is your salary expectation for this role?
Okay, so I did my research with money, and yeah, I saw that I could earn about 23 to 28,000 rands. But because I'm still new, I'm a fresh graduate, I still need to learn. I don't mind compromising for a maximum of 12K.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you for that. Do you have any questions for us?
No.
Any questions like you in her department, you're gonna be working with her, anything that you'd like to know about the company, anything that got you, remember you applied, right?
Yes.
There's something that got you interested in applying for this role. So surely there should be something that you'd like to know from us because we're already inside.
Okay.
Think of anything.
So if I'm speaking to my attorney, if you were my future
If possible. Okay, I think the battery's out.
Okay, so if you were to be busy, maybe you have to go to court and all of that, would you authorize me to take in some of your clients just to get their information and just basically draft everything for you so that when you come back, everything is much easier for you? Or would I have to wait for you first?
I like that because it's showing me already that you have initiative. Yes, you can go ahead and do the drafting, and then I will have a look at what you have done and be able to proceed from there. What I would hate is a strong word. What I would hate to see or would not like to see is that you sit for 2 days because I'm not available, I'm busy in court, and do absolutely nothing. That would not sit too great with me, but I do prefer the initiative. And yeah, I would allow you to do that. Just remember, you can advise the client. You can just take in the information and prepare and draft.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Okay. Thank you, Vonolo. You'll get feedback from myself as the HR personnel as to what the next step is. We might even call you for an assessment if you are successful, but I'll liaise with your hiring managers to what she would want you guys to do for second round interview. But thank you for coming and travel safe to the Northwest.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
Okay. Right.
No, bye. You didn't even handshake. We could see you saying Is that our last one? Yeah. Thanks, how are you? Doing very well, hey? Please take a seat.
Hi, can I call you Kanye? Okay, nice to meet you.
All right, welcome, Kanye. How was your morning?
It was cold.
Oh, shame, man. Are you warm now?
Yes, I'm feeling much better.
Okay, what did you have for breakfast?
I haven't had anything. I eat after 12.
Oh, are you on some intermittent
Yeah, I'm on a weight loss journey.
fasting?
Oh,
Okay.
I almost said you're like me. I'm not on anything. I just can't eat in the morning. I normally start eating from 11 upwards.
Oh, okay.
All right. Okay, so just to let you know what the process will be, we'll be introducing ourselves, and then we'll give you an opportunity to introduce yourself. Once we're done with that, we'll start with the interview. There will be behavioral questions from HR, and then there'll be one technical question from me as the hiring manager. So I am the chief financial officer, and one of the departments that report to me is supply chain. And this is where we are looking for a graduate to help us. As you know, that we have a huge distribution that we do. Okay, so the position won't be directly reporting to me, but it will be in my department. And the manager supply chain is actually in the interview online, but they won't be participating. They're just going to be observing.
Okay.
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 All right.
Thanks, Adelaide. Hi, Kanye. You said we can call you Kanye, right?
Yes, it's fine.
Okay. I'm Letlokhonolo, Talent Acquisition Manager in the HR space. Yeah, welcome to the interview. Like Adelaide has been saying, we're going to take you through the interview, but feel free, relax. There's water there. Don't be nervous. It's not an interrogation. We're just going to try to understand what qualification you have and what can you bring within our organization. Okay? Okay. All right. I've got 2 questions, or 3 rather, to ask you. My first question is: you said you're still studying transport and logistics, right?
Yes, it's my final year.
You in your final year.
Yes.
Okay. What motivated Kanye to get into the transport, logistics, supply chain? It is supply chain, I get.
Yes.
Yeah. What got you to study that course?
Oh, I would say it is because I'm an introvert.
You what?
An introvert.
Oh, okay.
So working in a space whereby maybe I'm in the distribution center, I wouldn't be working with the volume of people. It would be my colleagues that I'm used to. Then being in that comfortable space, I would be able to communicate more rather than having to communicate with different clients almost every day. And because of the world is evolving, we're doing things online, logistics plays a major role in the online space that we are moving into. Instead of you going to Checkers and buying something, we can do that by ordering on Checkers60 and you will receive your order.
Okay. I love introverts. Okay, thank you for that. My next question is, what would you say is your strength and why are you choosing it as a strength? And what would you say is your weakness? And what are you doing to make sure that that weakness is not something that's gonna, I know you said you're an introvert, right? That could be a weakness, but I want you to mention something else and just mention to me as to how you're going to work around that. For example, you've mentioned already that you're an introvert. And when you're coming into a workplace, yes, you're not going to be working with a lot of people in your department, but then you're going to interact with HR. Let's say you want your leave approved. You're going to have to contact me. You're going to have to come to my office and ask me about such things. So my question is, what would you say is your strength and why, and what is your weakness, and what are you doing to make sure that that weakness, for example, this one is not in a block of your career?
I would say my strength is I'm a good listener and I'm observant. Especially when it comes to logistics, it's about accuracy, deadlines, time management. As an introvert, before I speak or act, I think a lot. So if there's a schedule that I'm given, I would have to double check if the schedule are complying or if the deliveries have been done in time. Yeah, I think that's my strength.
Okay.
Yeah. Then my weakness, it would be communication. But I think gaining experience from this job would allow me to be able to speak with other people, socializing with other people. Yeah, I think I would get used to it. I have to communicate anyway.
You don't live alone in this
I do
world.
not have a choice. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll hand over to a technical question.
Okay. So my question is around supply chain.
Okay.
Okay. And disruptions of supply chain. So imagine a sudden port strike delays shipment for 2 weeks. Ne? As a logistics professional, how would you minimize the impact on customers and maintain efficiency in the supply chain?
me as the one in the logistics side,
Yes.
communicating with the company that has to receive the stock.
Yeah. So it's you're the logistics professional, and then you obviously deal with the customer who's supposed to receive the stock, but you also, because you are logistics and transport, you have to, you're responsible for how the routing of whatever, because now there's a strike and customers have to get whatever that they've ordered.
Well, I think firstly you'd have to communicate with the end person that has to receive the stock that they are supposed to be getting. And if there's an alternative way of transporting the stock, it can also be, okay, if it's a long distance, it can be used by an airplane. It would be costly, but the aim is to satisfy the customers. That's the aim of logistics.
Okay. All right. So you've mentioned airplane. What other alternatives would you use?
So there's an airplane, road transport, railway transport, but then railway transport is a problem in South Africa because the railway stations are not maintained as they should be.
Okay.
So I don't think we would go with that one.
All right.
Yeah.
So you'd look at inland transport, obviously road or land transport,
Yes.
which would be your roads and also your rail if at all possible, and then you'd also look at cargo, which is your flight.
Yes.
Okay. So the reason I'm asking this question, I want you to think big about logistics. Think about DP World, whereby they supply things to Discam. So transporting stuff from the Discam warehouse or the Pick and Pay warehouse to the different stores. And all of a sudden there's a strike amongst one of those warehouses because as a logistics and transport person, that's what your environment would be looking like on a daily basis. Okay.
Yes.
But thank you very much for that answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Adelaide. Thank you, Kanye. Kanye, one last question from me. What would you say is your salary expectation for this position as a graduate?
Would they be night shifts included, or it's only day shifts?
Is there night shift?
Yes, we do have a night shift. Remember, we have a factory as well internally, and there'll be factory workers. So you'd be responsible to check the stocks, the loads, how much we have, what our clients are expecting. Yes, there would be a rotation between night and day shift.
I would say between 15 and 20. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do you have any questions for the panel?
Okay. As a supply, I would like to find out what are the current challenges that you are facing in your company.
As you mentioned earlier, that rail is a problem. We used to transport our goods through the railway system. It was convenient, it was cheaper, but now with the trucks impacting on the tar, it's also quite a huge problem. So we are trying to see, we are talking as an organization, because we are a private stakeholder, to the National Department of Transport. And I know for a fact that there's a master plan that's happening, right? A transport master plan that's happening. And we hope that if we can get the railway lines again, it would really be great. One of the things that we also do, and we work very closely with Transnet, is that we do pipeline. So we do gas pipeline, and we also do petroleum pipelines. So yeah, so there's challenges around there, because there's challenges at Transnet, as you know, some of the state-owned enterprises, but it's something that is work in progress, and we've decided to partner with government as well and support them, because if things work logistically for the government, the Department of Transport is able to solve some of those problems, then it means that our environment would work better as well. And also just looking at some of the ports, it's a huge challenge for the Durban port. So now some of the things we're getting through the Mozambican port, that is a problem, because we wanted to come into South Africa either to Cape Town or to Durban, so that we are able to do our logistics and transportation properly.
Oh, okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Yes, I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Adelaide. Anything else, Kanye, before I let you go?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you for coming. You'll get feedback from myself as to what the next step is in the process. We might even call you if you are successful for an assessment, but we'll liaise with your hiring manager as to what she wants to do as the next step. But thank you very much, and travel safe.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Amazing, amazing, amazing. Thank you so much. Our panel, can we please have feedback?
Sure.
Yeah, please can we have feedback so that we learn from what we saw today?
Okay, I'll go first. Overall, I'd say I'm impressed with how you guys conducted yourself in these interviews. There were a bit of nerves there, but the nerves are normal. We're only human. I was also nervous standing there with you guys. But like I said, every interview you learn something. I'm sure you guys have learned something today about yourself, about your strength, about how you're gonna conduct yourself way better if you feel like you haven't done well, or if you feel like you didn't answer the question. That salary expectation question, right? Most of you answered okay, but for me as a recruiter, as an advice if I could give right now, is when they ask you that question, don't give in a number. That's just for me. I don't know what Adelaide might feel, but from how because I told you guys I do interviews every day. So that question, I would expect you to say, because even when we advertise our roles, right, we say market related in terms of salary. So I would expect you, or I would advise that you just say you're negotiable. That's I think the young lady, I forgot your name, you said, Ketelo, yes, you mentioned that you are open to, you were a bit nervous to answer it because I think you were the first candidate that we saw and you were just shaking, but I loved how you said you're open to negotiate. You want to see what is on the table. Basically, you are more than, you just want to take what's on the table. You don't have a number in your head, right? So I like that. So I would say answer the question as to market related, or you open to negotiate, because we have a budget, right? Or giving a range also sometimes, but the numbers sometimes they're a bit shocking, because I mean you're a graduate and you're mentioning 25K and I'm like, yo, 25K, like where are we gonna give graduate that are 20? Yes, I know you guys are qualified, but like the number is always like, oh, it's scary for me to say, because I'm trying to think back as to when I started, I was not earning 25K. Right. So yeah, but overall, I would say you guys did well. Just keep on trying to get more interviews. Like I said, be on LinkedIn, be on PNet, and follow me if you want. And yeah, there's a question there. Is this mic working?
Hi, I'm Nicholas from Access70. Well done to the crew. Clap for them. The nerves in this place, I could feel them. It was like you could cut it with a knife at some point, just when we started. I said to my colleague, I think we have a TV show, and if anything, clap for our interviewers. Anybody want to work with me on the HR interview TV show? Nah, none of you get it. Good. Right, Lindy's going to wrap it up. I just want to ask a question quickly. When somebody asks you your salary, right, I found that the most entertaining part. Now, is there a one-size-fits-all answer? And I really want Adelaide's opinion too, because you asked the question, but it was like the wrap-up question. Everybody had a chance to prepare for it. So what is the one thing you must remember when you get asked that? I mean, just to try and bring it home, because everybody answered in a different way.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
So with the salary, I agree with Chloe. Don't mention numbers. Okay. That's rule number 1. Rule number 2, and you must do this with confidence, you know. You must say to the panelist, you have this role and you have budgeted for this role. I am a work seeker. I'm looking for experience and I will go according to your budget. Because when you don't have experience, you can't say I want 25,000.
Yeah.
But when you say I'll go according to your budget, you can also qualify it by saying, I hope you practice good labor, whatever, expectations. So I don't want to say minimum wage, but because you're not a minimum wage person, you'd say I would go according to your budget. The few companies that I've worked for when we were doing learners, we were anything between 8 and 20, depending on the qualification. So a data science graduate can actually start with a 20,000 rand salary. But it also depends on the company itself, how big the organization is, and what their budget is. So remember that a bank, a mining company, an NGO, they have different budgets for their salaries. So it becomes different. Also what then becomes, makes a difference is how big the organization is, you know? And then the other thing is that, which nobody asked when they asked questions, is the benefits. So when you are there and you're saying, I'll go according to your budget, maybe ask them, what are your benefits?
Yeah.
You know, is the medical aid, am I going to be contributing towards that medical aid 50%, or is it 100% paid by for the company? Or is it a total cost to company, but you expect me to have medical aid? If you understand what I'm saying. I know a lot of young people will say, I'm healthy, I don't need medical aid, so I would rather not spend on that money. So depending on how they structure as an organization, but you're saying to them, you have a budget and you know how much you've budgeted for. And remember that, especially with big organizations, they have salary scales. They have graded the positions. So maybe it's on the Patterson or Peronimus grade, whereby all learners are between 8,000 and 25,000, depending on what department or how big the department, because that also determines how much you get, even with executives. So this particular environment, the head of HR had about 10 people that were reporting to them. But the chief human resources officer had about 10 people that reported to her. That was a total team, between 10 and 15. The chief banking officer had over 300 people. Therefore, their salary scales would differ, even if they are on the same level. So they would be on a, maybe the other one is on a B1, the other one is on a B5. And that makes their salaries different. But it is safe to say that you have budgeted for this position, you've budgeted for this role, and I will go according to your plan and also your scales. Okay.
Thank you. Just to add on that, yeah, it does. Thank you, Adelaide, for that. You've touched on some important points. I hope you guys were taking notes as to how to answer for that question.
And like she mentioned, we put in gradings for these positions. Obviously, if you're a graduate, we'll give you a decent salary that the market out there is also dictating, but also it differs with industry. If you're in the mining industry, people might think there's more money, but we also do gradings and all of that. Like she mentioned, I've moved from one company to the other, right? I'm giving an example, on a C4, right? And in the certain mining, I might be in the mining sector. In a bank, a C4 might be even been lower. So giving a number, it's a 10 off. Like 25K in my head, I'm like, what? That's a lot, and you fresh from varsity, right? So yeah, I hope that answers your question, Nicholas.
Just to add on there as well, I shared with Klochi an example. I did tell you guys that I'm very old, but I'm very young at heart. And I did share with you that I started my business in 1997. So some of you were not even ideas with your parents at that time. I had a graduate from Wits, and that said to me, I think it was in 1998, yes. That said to me, I'm a graduate and I want 5,000. And I said, are you sure? I said, yeah. I think I'm worth that much. And I said, oh, okay. So we had what we called faxes. So some of you won't know that. So I said to him, just take this document and fax it for me. Here's the fax number. And I went out, I pretended I'm going out, and they stood on the machine and they had no clue what to do. And I said, based on that 5,000 is not going to happen because we must start you from the basics. I think we ended up with 950 rand per month for that particular graduate. But because they were clever, they were able to grow quite quickly, and they got themselves into that mark sooner than anticipated. But that was a teachable moment for the graduate, and that was an opportunity for me to teach as well.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. We've got a question.
Yes, good morning. My name is Maureen. So based on connecting the question that Nick asked and that was being asked through the interviews, right? So me, with what I've always had in my head, not always, but what I had developed in my head was figures are not so much of a problem when asked that question, as long as you can back it up. And my idea of backing it up is what Ma'am Adelaide has just articulated now, that if the work speaks for itself and you articulate yourself in the chair, right? And in this case, this links to the question that I'm asking. Is it still wrong, like you had said, Ausklochi, that with your experience getting into a new job, and let's say it was you now for a different role with all the experience you have, not fresh from varsity, with all the work put in, would you still say answering that question with figures is still not advisable? At that level of your work or experience and all, would you still say that saying figures or figure ranges is a challenge as well, or is not advisable?
Can I go first? Okay, so I think you directed to me. Okay, thank you for that question. It's a good question, right? And I like how you asked it. I've got experience. Some of you guys that was sitting here don't have experience, right? I somehow, in a way, know my worth, and I know what I can bring into the business, right? So I went in for an interview. I'm still new in this current job that I'm at. It's 4 months in, right? So when I went in for that interview, I knew what they were offering in terms of the structure of the position, right? So when they asked me that question, I didn't give a specific figure, but I paid attention as to how much I'm on right now, and then I put it in a bracket. Because remember, I've got the experience, I've got the skills, I've got the knowledge. So I didn't give them an exact number and say 25. No, I said I'm ranging from 20 to 25. And then I can work on that. And considering the fact, she also mentioned benefits. I also mentioned to say, okay, since I'm in a mining company, you are required to have a medical aid. So I asked to say, within that range that I've given you, are you guys going to factor in my medical aid? I'm also going to factor in my dependent, which is my son, because I mean, medical aid, if a company needs a benefit, they need to tell me either they're going to do it 100% or 50%. So I ask those questions as well. And then I also ask about provident fund and any benefit that they might have with that package. But I didn't really just say 25K. I just, to be safe. I hope that answers your question. Okay, thank you. Can add on.
I'll add on to that. So, especially with senior positions where people have extensive experience and NQF level 9 or 10 qualification, the experience that I have is that the person would say, I'm currently on 3 million. The move must be worthwhile for me. Okay? These are the benefits that I have. I also have shares within this organization. So if I move, I might forfeit on my shares. And how are you then going to sort of compensate that? People that work in banks, they don't pay the same amount of rates that we pay as customers. Their home loans are subsidized, their credit cards, their cars. So there is also that saving. So if you're not a banker and you want to employ this person, then it would mean that you also have to take into cognizance what they were saving as a bank, as somebody that works for the bank, and then take it into this package. So it's a whole trick on compensation and benefits when you are senior and you have extensive experience, and also your academic qualifications talk about that. But at that level, we're talking big things now.
Yeah, we negotiate.
I'm on 3 million. And if I have, I'm not unhappy at my job right now. I'm very happy. But if I have to move, it has to be worth my while. And those sort of people don't even have 3 months. I mean, don't have 1 month notice period. They have between 3 and 6 months notice period, because the handover has to be that worthwhile as well. So yeah, I mean, if I'm Adelaide and somebody has to say to me, come and work, number one, I'm running my own business. So it means I let go of my flexibility around my time. I've got 30 years working experience. How do you then put that together? So it's quite a number of things. It's not a blanket, there's no blanket answer, but each individual or each case has its own merits. I hope we've answered your question. Thank you.
Hello, yes. Hello, just to remind you again, my name is Singobile. I've got 2 questions and a comment. So I'm just gonna go straight to it all at once. So my first question is, are there any telling signs from the interviewers that suggest that you may not be successful? And if so, how can you redeem yourself during the interview? And then my second question is, I've always been curious, like what notes do interviewers make in their or take in their notebooks? Should the candidate be intimidated by note taking? And then this is just a short story that I'd like to share with everyone else. Back in 2024, I applied for a data capturing position at Famous Brands. And during the interview, in as much as I was willing to do it, if I would have been successful, the hiring manager told me during the interview that they would not take me, but not because they believed I was incapable, but she said, judging by my CV, I would get bored. And so she would not advise me to continue in the interview process. And so I just want to encourage everyone else that sometimes, yes, there is a saying that rejection is protection, But in that moment, for me, looking back to 2014, rejection was grace. It was grace from God. It was not protection, because for me, Famous Brands is an amazing company to work for. I worked there as an intern, a master data intern. It was amazing, amazing. I had an amazing team. The experience was amazing. But sometimes it is grace, because of 3-4 months after, I landed an internship with Uber. And honestly, that was one of God's greatest blessings upon my life. And when I pray to God and send my thank you list to Him, when I do, Uber is definitely one of the makes it to the list, to my grace and thank you list to God. So I just want to encourage everyone that sometimes rejection is grace, and you need to be able to accept that, sit with that, and move on with your life.
I just need you to repeat the first question. Sorry.
Can I answer a second question? I got it. I got the second question.
you-
I got the second question where she was asking
About notes?
Yes.
And the first question?
The telling signs.
Telling.
Yeah.
Okay.
The telling signs that you might not be successful in the interview, and how do you redeem yourself?
As in like body language from us.
Body language and maybe certain words that you might say or mention just to hint that
We're not supposed to do that.
Okay. In terms of notes, you shouldn't feel intimidated when we're writing down things, because remember, after every interview, myself as an HR person with the hiring manager, we need to discuss you guys to say, okay, today we've seen seven candidates, right? And then amongst the 7, in terms of the strengths question, which one stood out for you? We need to share ideas, share notes, right? So what I was drafting down is to, when I asked them about the strength, what is it that they mention? And weaknesses, what is it that they mention in terms of making sure that they are working on that weakness, or they are going to make sure that that weakness is not a block into them getting into this job. So writing notes for us, it's just, in where I am in the space now, we even have interview guides where we literally draft down everything that you'll be saying. Because remember, in the space that I'm in, there's unions as well. Sometimes they feel like we hire people just because I liked you, or just because you were smiling, So I need to go back and refer to my notes to say, okay, no, this candidate actually answered how. We even have answers to the questions. Like, we'd have the question and answers, and then I'll try to see if you've answered more or less almost like what the answers have. So don't feel intimidated. It's just a matter of me also as a recruiter, as an HR person, to have notes to look back on to say, okay, Kaelo or Tando was the first candidate, and then we'll discuss. And then that's when we even discuss on as to, do we do second round interviews? Because we might have a disagreement on how we received the candidates, right? So that's when I'll be like, no, on my notes, I wrote this. On your notes, you wrote this. Then let's have an agreement to say we're going to see them again, according to what we've written in our book. I hope that answers your question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Tlhogi, for that. But just to add on to the second question, Tlhogi spoke about interview guides, which we have. They are pre-done. The questions are predetermined with the model answers that we sort of expect. So with that, the score sheets. So when we write, we are actually scoring you. Usually it's on a scale of 1 to 4. And we as a panel would then agree that anybody that has scored average of 3 amongst all of us would then go to the next stage, or the next step, or the next process. But if you've scored less than 2, or you've scored 1, then it means that you're not going to be able to. But you find that because it's a panel, and that's why we have a panel, so there will be HR, there'll be the line manager, and there could be a third person from another department also scoring. And based on those score sheets, then we do the recommendations. But we might disagree as a panel. She would say, no, this person scored 1. I don't see them going ahead. And, it's all sorts of things that happen within the panel because we could see the person differently as individuals. But that's the reason why we take notes, and that's the reason why we score, so that our internal auditor, where's our internal auditor? When the audit comes and they say, HR, we want your files on this and that and that and that, we're able to prove and say the process was done and it was a fair and transparent process as well, because we keep all that filed as well.
Yeah.
So that's why we take notes. On the signs, one of the things that I personally do not do, even if I'm excited about your answer, I would never nod my head. And I would never shake my head. As the panel, we need to remain as neutral as possible, because you could come back tomorrow and say, we deceived you. We were nodding our heads and smiling at all your stupid answers, and the next thing you get rejected based on what? You would want to know what were the bases, because we gave you an impression. So I've had people come to me and say, yo, you were so cold in the interview. It's because I had to keep a neutral sort of face. So even body language and things like that, I'm actually cold. In a real interview, if you come across me, you'd say, was it really her? Because when I welcome you, I'm smiling and I'm good. You sit down and the switch happens, because we do not want to give you an impression. You must just do your best. And we can't be saying, well done, yes, oh, okay, great. Or, no, you're actually talking rubbish right now. No, we can't. So I keep it as neutral as possible to ensure that you also relax and be yourself. And we can't be telling. And the interview might not be, and that's why there's a process. There's interviews, there's assessments,
there's practicals as well.
There's practicals if possible, and there's also reference checks.
Yes.
So it's a combination of all those assessments that would then say whether you're successful or not successful. So in the panel we might disagree, but the line manager would say, I still want them to go for an assessment.
Or a second round.
And let the psychometric report then tell us whether this person would be suitable in that team or not. And I hope we've answered your question.
Can I add on that? Sorry. Okay, with me, I have a straight face, I'm cold, but I'm friendly. So I'm a very bubbly person. So I would nod my head, not to say you are good, but I'm acknowledging that I'm hearing what you're saying. Like, okay, we get you, because sometimes if we all just, you also become more nervous. So me nodding my head, it's just me saying, keep going. You are here. We are, So yeah, I think I'm just different in that terms. I do have a straight face, but I don't know if you guys have noticed where I'm just like, okay. So yeah.
All right. Thank you so much. So what's going to happen now? Yes.
I wanted to get your, please don't respond to me, respond to the team, right? It's an observation. She opened up to say, I'm an introvert. When I heard that, my heart went, ugh. Right? And the reason why is because it's a description of your personality. And for me, you've already set the tone as to who you are for the rest of your life in the company. And you already boxed yourself and pushed yourself away from the entire company, right? Because she also tried to help to say, but what if you have to interact with other people? So not addressing to me, but can you address the point of speaking about your personality trait, whether it's okay to do it or to not do it, and how to say the same thing, but maybe in a different way so it's received differently?
Answer, or should I go? Okay. That's a good question. Yes, I think when you mentioned that, I don't know if you saw my facial expression, right? Because I was like, oh my gosh, You don't say that, but anyway, that's who you are, right? But like, I think when I started my part of my presentation, I said you need to read the job description, right? You need to read the company, right? And try to just align the workplace area. Like, try to imagine yourself. When I got the first interviews in that Sentin company, I had already imagined myself working there, right? So anything that at that time that I was thinking that might make me not to qualify was not an answer, right? Yes, you're an introvert, right? But you could have answered it in a different way to say, okay, guys, I'm an introvert, but since I'm coming into the workplace, I'm willing to communicate because I don't live alone in this world. I'm not going to work alone. I'll have team members. I'll have my hiring managers. I'm introvert, but I am willing. Like, you'd have just said, okay, Hlohi, I think I noted down here to say you're in Kanye, right? Yes. Yes, I wrote it down to say you're an introvert. Like I'm saying, you should have just said, listen, I know this is going to break me or make me, but I'm an introvert, but I am willing. I think I mentioned that you need to have a cover up when you speak about your weakness. You can't just say, I'm an introvert. I understand that it is your personal trait, but in a working space, you work with different people. So you need to cover up, especially in an interview, to say, hey, these people already have off-ramped, but I'm still an introvert, Mara, I'm doing something about it. I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Sorry. So thank you, Azania, for that. We tend to have self-limiting beliefs, whereby we limit ourselves through communicating what would not be an advantage for us. So maybe a different way of addressing that is just talking about your strengths on how you pay attention to logistics, how you pay attention to supply chain policies, how you pay, leave the people aside, although part of your job, it would actually be to talk to customers, especially with the example of the question that I asked, where I said there's a strike and you need to manage customers' expectations as far as their delivery is concerned. So maybe just talk about your strengths and how good you are at problem solving, your knowledge on just logistics and supply chain and transport, and then your excellence on operational planning. So that's also another good one. So whereby you say that you are able to evaluate cost versus speed in decision making. So you made an example to say that you would look at an alternative of flying the goods by air, but in the same sentence, you also said that it will be more expensive, but what is important is that delivery happens for the customer, which is very good. So you've looked at positive things that could happen around that, but then avoid self-limiting beliefs that I'm shy, I can't talk to people. Just look at, like Azania said, that what are the other personality traits that could be more positive than the ones that are literally boxing you in the company going forward.
Thank you. I just remembered you also said something about being shy. Yeah, but you need to work on that, like what she's saying. Avoid saying such things, especially in an interview. Just mention something that you are good at, because that's a strength.
Okay. Thank you so much.
I just want, on the final feedback,
Yes.
sorry, just one last thing. So all the questions that I've asked today, I asked them on Google or on AI or whatever. So and on all of them were about graduates, but I really saw people stumbling. So it is important when you do your research, you go and say, what are the possible questions for a media person graduate, it will give you all the questions and all the possible model answers. Look at the job description and also compare that. It will help you prepare better. I'll send my next YouTube link.
Okay, no problem.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so we are now going to have lunch with HR. So what's going to happen, I'm going to take our guest to have lunch. We're going to share tables with them. If you want to have a conversation, have questions, you're more than welcome to ask any questions and the conversation while having lunch. So I am going to give you, okay, we're going to come back at 1:30. Thank you so much. Enjoy your lunch.
Welcome to leave. Tepiso, you're welcome to leave and go to lunch. Tariro, you're welcome to leave, go to lunch. And I appreciate the folks who have sat here and have poured into you guys in a special way, because some of you haven't even had interviews before. Some of you who have, you definitely learn, right? When I saw this, I saw something that's ready for TV or YouTube. It's pure power that was happening in this room right now. Watching what was happening in this chair, watching what was happening over there, watch what was happening when you're next, watching from behind and looking at the all the angles. So when I asked the room, does anyone want to work on a TV show about this, that was an opportunity. No one put their hand up. I think that we're drained. Are we drained? We're drained. We had enough. No more presenters, no more guests. We drained? Hands up if you're drained. It's all right. You drained? You are? Yeah? Tell them, I'm drained. Say it, I'm drained. I need a break. Yeah, be honest. It's okay. So I'm not asking anyone to come and make a TV show. I'm just saying, like, there's opportunities all around, right? Shlogi has got opportunities. Yeah? She's got real opportunities. And you only need matric. The reason why I've sent them away is so that they can get comfortable before you guys go in there. But I also want to give you some inside info. Okay? So, Shlogi is working in a position where she's got positions. Okay? Lindy has got existing positions. Kabel, have you posted those positions yet? What are they?
2 opportunities in finance, and then 1 in software development.
Okay. Finance and software development. Anyone up for that? Why are you looking uncertain? Like, what's up? Why are you looking at her before you put your hand up? What's that about? Help me understand. Why are you checking with someone else? It's for you, yeah? So, like, yeah, I want it. Yeah. Who are you checking for approval? Folks, it's been a great week. I'm not going to see you guys until tomorrow. Okay? And I want you guys to also understand, this is the most important lunch you could ever have. This is a change-making lunch right now. The 6 that did the on-the-spot interviews, you guys go for lunch first, and you can find your space in the room. Come up and join me up here. I want to talk to you guys personally. The 6 who did the on-the-spot interviews, who've never been interviewed before. No one's going yet. Just give me a minute. Well done for being the subject of everyone else's entertainment. They were relieved that they didn't have to go where you went to. And you guys took the weight for most of the room, yeah? So the reason why you're going to lunch first is because you can choose where you want to sit. Feel good about that? Yeah. So the lesson is just stand up and take opportunities. There's always something on the other side. Those who sit back and curl up and go in their shell, you miss out. Hold on a second. Azani's got a interjection.
Terrio, I can see you standing there. What do you need us? Okay. All right, guys, you remember I spoke yesterday about secret shoppers? Do you remember I spoke about secret shoppers? Every single adult you see in this room is a secret shopper. Every single adult is a secret shopper. Every single one of us are looking for people that we can assign jobs to. You see me here with my tracksuit and everything else. Y'all don't know what I do. You don't. I'm sitting in the corner, maybe observing. So essentially, this is, though if you do not get jobs from this thing, it's a moment of reflection. So it's not necessarily about fighting your colleagues. Guys, when you get out of here, you walked into this world by yourself. You're gonna die by yourself. You have to live for yourself and what's important to you, right? So take opportunities when you see them. When you go there, what question are you gonna ask, Adelaide? Yeah, you. I understand you got work. What does it entail? We've told you that there's jobs. So where you work, don't talk about yourselves anymore. Reach out. Azania, what do you do? Oh, okay, cool. Nick, I see you walking around. Actually, what do you do? What's your experience been in work? Not life experience, and we'll be here with, ethos and everything else. What is the practical questions you're going to ask the adults in this room? Yeah? So please just take that in. You've got another hackathon today. Tomorrow is your awards, is the moment of truth. But walking there, very, very, very excited, very nervous. Because if you don't have the nerves, it won't push you through. You can be bold, but there must always be some form of you that is willing to take a chance, to take a risk, to go over that cliff. And you can only go over the cliff if you're aware of the risk you are taking. Be aware of the risk and embrace the risk with everything that you have tomorrow, okay? Yeah? Cool.
This is advice. We're not just buying time while they set up. This is the last moment of pouring in. Tomorrow, I got nothing to say to any of you apart from Godspeed. This afternoon, I won't be here. This afternoon, you won't see me. This afternoon, there'll be no wrap up in the room and feel good moments. This is it. So I'm taking a moment to say that lunch with HR can change your life. Don't be afraid to go in there and assert yourself and be comfortable. Shlogi is the one who has got opportunities right now. She said it throughout her presentation. She said, I can't talk about who it's for, but I know from what she put in my ear that they only need matric. And she said, I've identified one person here I think would be suitable because he studied X. I said, nah, this talent is all hungry. So of these 6 people, I wonder which table you might go to first. I'm just trying to help you guys. This is what we're here to do. It's not about rushing to lunch. It's about strategy. Team leaders, stand up. You guys are going second. Why? Because you're my people. And you've been leading the whole week. So what that means is they're going to leave. You guys are going to leave same time. You know the story, right? Don't let me down. I want to hear good feedback about the things they spoke to us at lunch. Everyone else will follow afterwards, yeah? So everybody who's on their feet now, you can be excused for lunch.
happens, right? You all graduates, you really are looking forward to getting a job, right? You go for an interview. This is going to be either way. You're a female or you're male, and then for a female, you go there. The boss is a male, and he is being very he's being suggestive in a subtle way. Suggestive, like, we can try work something out for you, we can see what we can do for you, provided you're willing to, meet us halfway or meet me halfway. How do you handle that?
I feel the most important thing is to voice your concerns, because if you found something to be wrong, but you don't point it out to the other person, in their mind, they may feel that they've done no wrong, and as a result, they won't change. Whereas if you tell them, maybe they'll know for better, maybe they'll take it into account and try and be better moving forward. But either way, you will have a clear conscience knowing that it's not bottled up within you and that you've expressed how you felt.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Also to add to Tash, even in the event that they actually know what they're doing, and you get to see what they're doing as well, and you get to understand, and you guys, without even communicating, you've already understood each other, that's what she's doing, and I understand, Kuti, that's what they're doing. And then I think the response to that could be, Sina, I think she mentioned it, not every rejection is like a bad thing. It's good to know your worth and to know who you are as a person, ethically wise, and to not just pursue such things.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I have no experience. I'm going to actually let one of the HRs give us like how to handle that. Okay, I'll take one more. Then after that, I'll ask one of the HRs to just help us on that, and then we'll go to gift.
Can I ask what they mean when they say I should meet them halfway? Can I ask before I answer? I need clarity on that.
Then they say like, we don't have a position for you, but I see you've got some skills I can make use of. I would really want to offer you something and see where we can, take it from here.
I will gladly accept because I need my foot in there. I will apply for other positions within the company because like they've said, they consider internal candidates before the external.
All right, thank you. I'm going to ask Adelaide to help us with this one, and then, so for me, it's just a question that I thought of. It's not like I have the answer, I'm just,
I wasn't listening. What was the question?
The question is that you go for an interview, right? And then the interviewer, the boss is like, being very suggestive sexually.
Ha!
Yes, and then but you've been, I would say, supposed to be away for a job for 2 years, and then like, we can meet you halfway, we can see what you're
Oof. No. That's sexual harassment actually. And by the way, it happens both ways, young men are being abused, and young women are being abused and harassed sexually. So, you can say no thank you, because it's also about your own integrity. And that sort of boss, by the way, so this year it's you come in, you're young, you're untouched, and they will take advantage of you because you're looking for a job, and it's been 2 years. 6 months down the line, there's a new intake of new others. When you're stale already, they don't even look at you anymore. And how are you going to cope in that environment with that? So you can say no, thank you. And you can take them to the CCMA. The problem, it might be proving that this was suggestive. I mean, you've seen that case with, is it the judge in the Eastern Cape? Where there were emojis, bananas opened, and I didn't even know that emojis have such meanings, whereby she really has to go through all of that to prove that this man was actually sexually harassing her. So sometimes you say, I want to fight it, or sometimes you say, no, thank you, I'll wait for my job. I think, wait for God to answer your prayers. So I'm not going to compromise myself. I've never compromised myself for a job or business. And I've always said to some of my consultants as well, Jorge, we don't get business through a panty that goes down. I don't subscribe to that, So it's important to keep that, because once a person is a Jonas, once a person is a Jonas, they don't stop. So, and you are the only one that's going to feel dirty at the end of it all. So it's a definite no-no. Thank you.
All right. Okay, no, we'll get to you. It's fine, it's fine. So the reason I was asking is just to help us, because sometimes when we're desperate, we think, I'll handle it further. I'll give you a minute to clarify, and then I'll give over to Gift.
Yeah, and can't we're talking about sexualities here. I thought you were talking about maybe salary increment, decrement, or something like that. I do apologize, guys. Please, I'm not like that. I am not.
All right, so I think the other lesson here is that if you're not clear on a question, ask follow-up questions. Cool. Thank you very much. So today is the final day of the hackathon, right? Let's make sure that we get into our groups. We need to sit and make sure we are polishing up our presentations. I think most of you are going to still continue chatting to your teammates when you're home to make sure that everything is okay. I am going to ask you to make sure that you come back here at 1:45 so that we give you announcements, because tomorrow we are meeting in a different venue. Yes, we are upping the game here. So over to Gift. And sorry, before Gift comes, can we all stand up and give a round of applause to our HR team? Thank you very much. We really, really appreciate you for all. I actually also was learning, so really, really appreciate. So as you have heard from what they were saying, please follow them on LinkedIn. Please feel free to reach out to them, because what you guys are getting is actually gold. Thank you. Gift, over to you.
Afternoon. Fourth and last one, eh? Fifth. How's everyone feeling? Yeah. Sorry. I just need my slides. Cool. So, yeah, this afternoon we're essentially going to wrap up what is essentially my part, right? Yeah, before we go into our breakaway sessions, there's always knowledge to impart, and I hope I've been doing that quite well over the past few days, right? But I consider this presentation as the final push ahead of tomorrow, and this, along with the resources that we've made available, is in the hopes of just preparing you to present the best tomorrow. Yeah, cool. So again, my name is Gift Zigalala. I am a systems architect as well as a founder of Oakstem Industries, right? And what we do is we basically tackle businesses' most complex problems, right? Speaking to data, infrastructure, AI, and just automating their day-to-day operational pipelines. Cool. So tomorrow is game day, essentially, right? What does that mean? It's about communicating, defending, and convincing, right? So we've spent the past few days learning quite a lot, and I can imagine it's information overload, right? But now the stage is set for us to essentially put together all that we've learned and communicate it, right? Because remember, solutions only go so far, but presentations of those solutions is what matters most, right? Can be the smartest person in the room, but unless you're able to communicate that, it's going to be very difficult for people to find you as convincing. Yep. This applies in the workplace, it applies in the interview room, it applies in the application process, it applies in, remember our conversations about economics, in any market, right? The ability to communicate solutions matters more, right? So how far have you come over the past few days, right? We started off with no teams. Some of us didn't know each other. Some of us had no idea what was happening, right? I mean, we all had no idea what was happening. And now we're at a place where we're starting to shape up. We've got our teams, we've got some form of a solution, and we've got some sort of game plan ahead of tomorrow's presentations, right? So that's just the amount of progress that we've made over the past few days. Isn't that cool? Pretty cool, right? So I just want to touch on a few things, right? And this actually comes from my experience in mining, and I was thinking about it Tuesday night, in that it's funny how everything just connects in terms of when you're looking at data and complicated problems, right? So we've got a picture over there. This picture is from 2022, I believe. That's me on the left, and my colleague on the right. We were 1,340 meters underground, I believe. Level 10, yeah, because in mines they've got like various levels, and each level is, or each shaft is essentially at a varying depth level, right? So this is in a mine in Tabazimbi, right, which is in Limpopo, and this is a platinum mine, right? And what you're looking at over there is what they in the industry refer to as stuff or ore, right? And this is essentially what it looks like after they've blasted a face, right? And then on the right, you've got a finished product, which is platinum, right? You've got a platinum product. So, and the reason I bring this up is because data and business problems speaks to this exact process, in that how do we go from what's on the left to what's on the right? There's some sort of process that gets employed in between, right? And this speaks to essentially finding value, in that business intelligence discovers value where others see waste, noise, and clutter, right? So you remember, it just basically looks like rubble. Like if I had to teleport any one of you down there, you would have no idea what that is. You'd be like, oh, well, it looks like some construction or something's happening over here. So the same is true for looking at business data and any sort of problem, in that like others see noise while others see opportunity. And those that see opportunity filter out the noise and get to a solution, right? And this is just a video of me holding a part of the ore, I guess, and you can see the little sparkles that there's actually platinum inside there, right? And this is just an example of filtering out the noise, not looking at the noise, and you'll actually see that, hey, actually, there's some value over here, right? Now, with that additional context, you're able to then draw a conclusion that actually data is like ore, in that raw data becomes insight when it is refined properly. The same way iron ore or mining ore, let's call it that, when refined, becomes a finished product, whether it's gold, diamonds, whatever have you, right? And that is the process, right, that we've essentially applied over the past few days, in that we were given data, we're giving some sort of process, and now we're refining that data into some form of solution, right? Any questions? Cool. So I want to make another example, right? And this speaks to this morning's game, right? The question, because essentially all leaderboards are essentially data sources, right? You've got a score and you've got a participation table, right? But the insight from this is asking what has changed, not just who won, right? So the thing that makes this morning's results reiterate on what exactly the judges want to see, right? They want to see evidence, right? So, as mentioned, all data is backed up by some form of evidence. Going back to my football example, the score is backed up by a live game that everyone witnesses, etc., right? So whenever you're presenting a case, it's always best to just stick as close to the evidence as possible, right? Because that helps strengthen any argument that you might make, right? We want to see logic. We need to see some sort of flow in that, okay, cool, we started at this point, how did we get to this conclusion? Which also speaks to the evidence, in that you're just basically connecting the dots, like in my example. You've got a scatter plot and you're just drawing the lines or between each point or each node, right? Business value. Does the recommendation mean anything for solving the initial problem that we identified, right? And clear communication. How easy is it for someone that's listening that has never heard anything that you've said before? How easy is it for them to grasp what is actually being spoken about, right? Cool. And this is an internal executive test, as mentioned yesterday, that we also need to switch our hats in between and think not only as people that have developed the solution, but people that need to critique it or buy into the solution, right? Yesterday we touched on opportunity cost, which is essentially the cost of not doing something, right? So in preparation of your presentation, it's best to always ask, what changes if our recommendation is implemented? And over here, I've just got a fork, right? So there needs to be some sort of drastic change. Well, not drastic, but like meaningful change, right? In the implementation of what we're proposing. If there isn't, then chances are our solution is not strong enough and it needs to be refined. Yep. So, and the best way to do this is in one sentence, right? I'm sure you guys have seen some startup videos, but they always encourage people to, or problem solvers rather, if, well, to see if they can basically explain what they're trying to do in a single sentence. Because that's how you know that you actually understand the problem, right? So the best way to do this would be like, okay, cool. Our solution helps or solves for the challenges in XYZ way, right? Because then that clarifies if you actually understand what the problem is and if the solution implementation in itself is clear enough, right? You should be able to summarize it in a single sentence. For example, if someone was to ask me, okay, cool, what does OSI do? I would say, actually think, we help businesses solve complex technological problems, right? That could be expanded on into a 2-day sermon, or it could be left at that, and it basically gets the point across, right? So I'm not saying that it doesn't need to be complex. It can be complex. However, you should be able to at least communicate the foundation or at a fundamental level in a single sentence. Yep. Cool. So just as a reminder, your prototype / presentation, right, is there to demonstrate the recommendation that you have formed, right? So what you will be communicating. The presentation doesn't serve to be a cue card. It's not a prepared speech, but it serves rather to like demonstrate or iterate or illustrate what your recommendation is. Yeah. I'll just spend some more time on this slide. Cool, happy? Right, so what does an ideal pitch ahead of tomorrow look like, right? So we just need to go back to that flow that I introduced on Saturday, and that everything starts with a problem, right? So some of you that watch Y Combinator and these various startup things, you'll always see that whenever someone is presenting their startup or their idea, it always starts with the problem, because that's how you that's your hook essentially. Because if the problem's big enough, you've already bought half of the classrooms, well, the room's attention in that, okay, cool. We actually need to pay attention to this because this is a problem that we all understand, right? So starting with the problem is key, right? Followed by the evidence that supports that problem, right? Followed by the insight, then the recommendation, and how the recommendation creates business value, followed by next steps or action points, right? The best way to finish any sort of presentation is with action points, right? Because that basically says, okay, cool, now we're done, we need to go do XYZ, right? Because then it leaves the crowd also to think about something after you finish the presentation, right? And it gives room for questions as well. Cool. And I've got a graphic there. Do you guys like my graphics? No, it's so hard to find pictures that, but I've been trying. Cool. Appreciate that. Oh, let me just give some more time. I read the feedback, you see? Cool. So, just for today, because I know we began rehearsing essentially yesterday, but today I want to just try and help give us more structure in how we rehearse it, because we can't leave things like thinking about time or being cognizant of time to tomorrow, because there'll be a lot of things happening tomorrow, right? So just for this afternoon's rehearsals, try to stick to 10 minutes when communicating to your team members. So you guys might rotate, you might have a dedicated speaker, whichever works best. But whenever you're doing your mock or pretend presentation, just try to stick to the 10-minute guideline, simply because it's going to force you to use less words or be cognizant of the fact that you will only have 10 minutes tomorrow, right? So it's essentially just a way to train yourself, yeah? Train yourself to basically stick to the timeline that you'll be given.
I just wanted to ask, is that 10 minutes like a lock? Like once we hit the 10-minute mark, are they going to tell us time's up, you guys didn't finish, or will we be given a bit of leeway if we have to maybe go over just to wrap up?
So best practice is try not to go over 30 seconds over the time, right? So if you see that, I'm not sure if we'll have an indicator of time, but if you see that you're approaching, and maybe you haven't, that's why today's practice is actually so important, because you can basically see where you need to maybe trim and spend less time, right? But if you are going over time for whatever reason, just try to wrap up so that you get all the information across, because then you'll just have questions, and if like you still 5 slides to go, then it makes it a bit tricky to win, well, pull the crowd over to your side. Yeah. So 30 seconds above time, that's like, think of that as your actual cutoff, but try to wrap up. If you see that the time is it's getting close to the limit, just try to wrap up as best you can. Cool. And then, so in today's session, you'll speak for 10 minutes, or if you guys have multiple people, it needs to be 10 minutes total. And then we switch over to 5 minutes of feedback, right? So you guys might, because there'll obviously be team members that understand things differently. So that is the time to essentially ask those questions that will basically help you evaluate yourselves, right? And then potentially strengthen your approaches to communicating your solution. Yep. Cool. Then in this feedback, in the 5 minutes, we basically need to highlight the following. Well, the team members basically need to highlight the following. What was clear, what was confusing, and what evidence was strongest, which speaks to my yesterday presentation of basically doing a SWOT analysis on your own presentation, right? Because as mentioned, this will help you strengthen your approach tomorrow, as well as form mental key points of like checkpoints, which will also help you stay on time, because you'll know, okay, cool, once I've reached this point, I have about 6 minutes left, right? And then that'll help you gauge. Yeah. And then after that, after we've done that simulated presentation, we then now need to critique our own solution, right? And think that, okay, cool, if I was presented with this solution, would I approve it and why? Right? Because all that you're doing is you're just interrogating and cross-examining your presentation to ensure that, at least from a human level, it's tight enough ahead of tomorrow, so that we know that we're ready for any potential follow-up questions that might, because there's nothing worse than having a question that you're not prepared for on stage. It happens to me sometimes where I don't prepare for meetings, and then you get there, then there's always that one guy that's going to ask a question, and then it's like, you know. So yeah, so essentially this cross-examination that we need to do between, well, now and tomorrow is to help us prepare for such questions, because they will come. Yeah. And as mentioned, curiosity wins all the time, because the more we can ask and interrogate our data and our approaches, the better answers we can come up with. And the better answers we have, or rather the better structured, the better the structure in our answers, then the less room you leave for questions that you may or may not be prepared for. right? Because then you tick all the other boxes and then you get leeway, because then it's like, oh, well, I would have asked this question, but it's answered. Like if I'm a judge, that's how I'm thinking. If I'm listening to someone like, oh, okay, cool. This answers the question I would have had. And then by the time I'm at the end of your presentation, I'm like, oh, now I need to think of a question, and it's probably not going to be as strong because you've already essentially answered them. So curiosity wins. Great analysts or problem solvers explore beyond the instructions. Yeah. Cool. Now I want to add a small hint in that you've been given access to an LMS, right? That LMS has a bunch of resources, and we've been adding resources day by day. However, not all of the resources have been communicated in my sessions, right? I'm gonna say that again. We've given you access to an LMS, right? And that LMS has a bunch of resources. However, not all useful supporting resources have been communicated in my session. Now, to help you understand this, think of the mine example, right? Normal person gets to a mine, sees a bunch of dirt, right? Rock engineer enters a mine, what does he see? Right? He sees close to 10 million rands in where we were standing, right? But normal person will be like, it's just files, know the files, right? But yeah, just have a look at the resources that we've made available, and I assure you it's not a waste of time. Yeah? Cool. So just to reiterate on the checklist, right? Ahead of tomorrow, you need to have a clear problem. If you need to expand on the problem statement, you have all my slides over the past few days, and I'll add these shortly. I know sometimes I'm late to add the slides, but I'll add these as soon as I'm done over here. If you need to expand on the problem, do so, right? Make sure you're using the right evidence. You have reasonable and meaningful insight. There's a clear recommendation, and you can clearly demonstrate how this has business value. Yep. Cool. And then tomorrow's mindset, just the mindset assistance for tomorrow, treat it like a board meeting. So I like the setup that we actually have here. I was watching the stream from the office and I was like, wow, it's actually quite cool. I should have went early today, but then work, so I'm only able to join you guys now, but treat it as the same. Imagine this as a quarterly board meeting where we need to vote yes or no on a proposed solution, right? So treat it that way, right? It's a board meeting, you're presenting someone and you need to win votes because each person is going to say yes or no, et cetera, right? So that's the best approach in going through these kind of things. Like, okay, cool. All I need is a 3 out of 5 majority, and then you work around that, right? Because you won't win all the people all the time. I don't win all the people all the time, right? Cool. And just a final thought, right, before we go into our breakaway sessions. The difference between noise and value is interpretation. Just like in mining, right, where I spent a few years, raw ore in, precious metals out, right? Meaningless dust goes on the train, but then on the other side comes out, what do they use platinum for? Catalytic converters, tools, et cetera, right? So the difference between noise and value is interpretation. Like I said, normal person enters a mine, doesn't mean anything. Rock engineer enters a mine, that's gold, right? And just the final word from me, right? Because this is essentially my last session, right? I will be around, but like speaking to you guys as a collective. I like to say that throughout your career, right? Whether it's in employment or business or consultancies, whatever, right? What I've seen is that if you just stick to figuring out how to solve complicated, really difficult problems, and you get good at that, right? One of two things will happen. Either you'll find the money or the money will find you, right? If you can just focus on being better at solving real world problems, right? You will find the money or the money will find you, right? When I started OSI, maybe I did want to be a business owner subconsciously, but I've been a coder. I've liked looking at bugs and fixing bugs and all of that and applying that in operations and in my sales clients. One of the gentlemen was actually asking me, how did I actually go from being a systems, tech lead in a corporate to actually becoming a founder of essentially what is a tech company. And my answer to that is always the same, in that I spent a few years at the mine. We were solving really, really difficult problems, and it was fun. But I just had this thing that if you've done it once, it sort of like rids you of the joy of doing it again, because in corporate is very easy. It's easy for things to become clockwork, right? In that you figured it out, now you just need to apply the same thing across 10 different departments, but it's exactly the same approach. You know the inputs, you know the expected outputs, right? And for me, that wasn't the reason why I started coding at 9 years old. The reason I started coding was because I wanted to find novel things to solve, right? So I thought that, okay, cool, I'm 21, this is 2022. I've sort of ranked up in the mind, because I was a tech lead, so I was leading 26 engineers. So just a little bit more than you guys, right? All of them were older than me. All of them had advanced degrees. I was the only one that went to a government school. I went to a government school, and that did not have a higher education in that particular domain. Everyone else was either homeschooled, and then they just had, like, so this is a very weird thing. So I was like, okay, cool. If I'm 21 and I'm here, what does this mean for the next 10 years? And I just didn't like what I was seeing for myself, right? Because there's actually an interesting saying that I've heard more than once, in that, like, if you look at your boss's boss, best case scenario, that's you in 5 years, right? And for me, I looked at that guy, he reports to the board, and I was like, maybe not for me. So then I left, right? Imagine this, 21, this is probably what most people want. And then you're just like, oh, well, I'm gonna go and try solving new problems for smaller businesses. Because Anglo, they listed, they're on the stock exchange, they've conquered the world essentially, right? I was like, I want to translate this knowledge that I have and implement it in smaller businesses, because for them, it doesn't move them from 0.7 to 0.71, like in Anglo's case, but rather I'll be able to take a company from 0.1 to 10. That's what I wanted to do, right? And my focus was solving business problems. It was never like, no, I want to be an entrepreneur, or I want to be this, or I want to be that. My core focus was that, okay, cool, I just want to be able to solve new problems every month or so. So that includes looking at a new business and like, oh, okay, cool, they do this very differently from my previous clients. So then how do we change the approach? Because that's what's enjoyable for me, right? So yeah, that's just further to my point, in that if you just focus on solving problems, meaningful, difficult problems, either you'll find the money or the money will find you. And with that, I just want to say thank you. You guys have been an excellent crowd, and it's been nice interacting with all of you, and within the breakaway sessions as well. And yeah, wishing you all the best for your careers, and thank you.
Thank you so much, Gift. Really appreciate. Guys, let's go to our workstations, and we'll meet here at exactly 4:45, okay? Thank you very much.